guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Never gonna come down from above, 'cause everything looks better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. Border Czar Tom Homan is defending the immigration crackdown in Minneapolis, telling CNN's State of the Union the effort is not unfairly targeting Somali immigrants.
There's numerous countries that President Trump, is looking at everybody that came from these countries, make sure they're vetted properly. Some of these countries don't have the proper systems in place to totally vet somebody, so we don't know who they really are.
His comments follow the growing criticism of Somali communities and Congresswoman Ilhan Omar. A Republican senator is backing Secretary of War Pete Hegseth as criticism grows over the U.S. strikes on alleged drug boats in the Caribbean. While appearing on Meet the Press, Arkansas Senator Tom Cotton said those boats are all valid targets.
Before our military conducts such a strike, they have multiple sources of intelligence.
Hegseth also defended the operation, saying the 80 people killed since September were terrorists. Crowds gathered outside the White House yesterday protesting possible U.S. military action against Venezuela.
Every day I wake up, I don't know about you, I wake up and say, did Trump bomb Venezuela last night? And every day that it doesn't happen, I think we have another day to fight this administration.
Demonstrators call for an end to the buildup of American forces in that region. The protests come as questions continue over the legality of President Trump's order to target alleged drug traffickers in Caribbean waters. Israeli officials say the body of a hostage returned by Hamas on Wednesday is a man from Thailand.
The 42-year-old Thai national was working at a settlement in southern Israel in October of 2023 when he was reportedly murdered by Hamas militants. Hamas said his body was located in northern Gaza Wednesday morning and was handed over to the Red Cross to be returned. The Israeli Prime Minister's office says just one more slain hostage remains in Gaza, the body of a police officer who was killed while battling militants during the October the 7th attack, and that they are working tirelessly to bring him back for burial. I'm Mark Mayfield.
From America's News Network USA Radio News.
Business owners, are you paying high phone bills for old school systems and lousy service? StrongTel cuts your phone bills in half and turns every phone you own into a feature-rich business system. Sean Roddy, CEO of Hennings Brothers Drilling, had this to say. We've been a StrongTel customer for over 10 years. It's great. It even includes an intercom with video to our equipment yard. I can watch live from anywhere with my smartphone. I'd recommend StrongTel to anyone. Never miss a customer call again with your StrongTel business system. StrongTel is a proud iTex partner and always welcomes your iTex dollars. You'll get award-winning StrongTel service, a business-class phone system, and cut your phone bill in half. Visit StrongTel.com. That's StrongTel, StrongTel.com. It's StrongTel.
Democrats in Congress will get the vote they were promised on the Affordable Care Act tax credits later this week.
Tax credits were the key issue that led to the longest government shutdown in U.S. history, which ended after Republican Senate Majority Leader John Thune promised Democrats would get a vote on the issue. Since then, Republicans admit they've been struggling to craft legislation that would get enough votes to fix the core issue of rising medical costs. A vote in the Senate's expected on Thursday. It's unlikely a proposal from Senate Minority Leader Chuck Schumer will get enough Republican support. I'm Scott Carr in Washington.
A Utah father was charged with attempted murder after police say he stabbed a man 17 times, claiming the victim made comments about his young daughter. Officers say he admitted he intended to kill the man. Somber ceremonies were held around the nation to mark the 84th anniversary of the attack of Pearl Harbor.
Somber ceremonies were held around the nation to mark the 84th anniversary of the attack on Pearl Harbor. A dozen World War II veterans and one survivor of the Japanese attack on December 7, 1941 on the U.S. Naval Base attended Sunday's event in Hawaii.
Today we honor the 2,400 Americans who gave their lives at Pearl Harbor, their devotion to duty, their sacrifice, their heroism, and their valor. It is not forgotten.
Along with speeches and wreath-laying ceremonies, American flags were flown at half-staff to honor the service members and civilians killed in the attack that sparked America's entry into World War II. I'm Lisa Carton.
And I'm Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
iLocal.net is offering a free website analysis to improve the online presence of your business. Business owners across the U.S. turn to iLocal.net to improve their search engine rankings. Search engines are constantly changing their algorithms. You need the professionals who know how to use those changes to benefit your business. Don't hope for new customers. Get found and be chosen. Visit iLocal.net/go for your free website analysis. iLocal.net/go.
Did you miss an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive? Or just want to relive a little bit of the magic? Don't worry. You can download the Steve Summers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts. Don't miss a single second of the show that was recently named one of the best late-night shows in America. Make sure you like and subscribe to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive so you don't miss a single episode. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Available wherever you get your podcasts or online at overnightdriveradio.com.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out AirDogDiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
Another dark night on the interstate. Another 100 miles in the pouring rain. These are worth all the time I've spent away. Another dark night on the interstate. I'm driving through the year, trying to make it right. My baby's at home, hope she's doing alright. Miss my dogs and I miss my girls. I'm 1,000 miles away from my old
Alrighty then, looks like it's that time once again. And just like that, here we go. Weekend? What weekend? Boy, that went by fast. So what do you say? We'll wrap it up here, close out a Sunday, and from time zone to time zone, roll into Monday. Here it comes, greatest day of the week, 8th day of December. All right, trust you had a good weekend. A little chilly outside the secret bunker, but it's official. It's winter time, right? Now we sit back and wait for the next Arctic blast. Here comes round number 2 of the polar vortex in the week ahead. It's already getting underway as one Arctic blast pushes off the eastern seaboard. Here comes the next breakdown, driven by the polar vortex, dropping in out of central Canada through the Midwest and the eastern U.S. as we get the new week underway. Now, these Arctic blasts aren't going to be slowing down. More waves are going to follow. Before these cold waves diminish, once we get to the second half of December, maybe, they're saying it may actually warm up a little bit just in time for Christmas. But here we've got the polar vortex, that large upper-level low-pressure circulation that it typically parks over the Arctic Circle. When this storm is strong, it keeps that cold air kind of locked in. But we've been watching weakening and stretching of the vortex, and as that occurs, we see that Arctic air pushing southward across the central and eastern U.S., and that's going to continue the next couple of weeks in waves, one after another. So our latest began moving in over the weekend, Saturday, to the Midwest, and moves into the east here as we progress into Monday. Temperatures, they tell us, across many areas in the Midwest will be dropping below zero this early Monday morning, 15 to 25 degrees below average. According to AccuWeather, we believe that 2 to 3 more rounds of intense cold are possible from the Midwest to much of the East, spanning the time frame from, say, September 10th to December the 19th. There's a chance for a frost or freeze later this week as far south as central Florida, they tell us. Now, with the long nights and weak sunshine this time of year, temperatures can indeed tumble quickly and remain low for an extended stretch of time. Each wave of cold air has the potential to be colder than the previous in many areas from the Midwest and Northeast, especially where you've got some fresh snow on the ground. For example, just last Thursday, New York City hit the season low mark of 24 degrees in Central Park. Even the Southeast may get a few episodes of cold air. Temperatures projected to dip into the teens this week, where the wind is blowing, along with other factors. Wind chills will be 10 to 20 degrees colder than the actual air temperature. Now, accompanying many of these waves of Arctic air will be patches of steady snow, episodes of flurries, snow showers, and in some cases some heavy snow squalls, all of which can lead to slippery road conditions as the temperatures drop behind each snow event, especially later in the day and overnight. Obviously, untreated wet areas will freeze into that thin sheet of ice. The fast movement of these cold waves will generally prevent any giant snowstorms from developing. The best chance for a rapidly intensifying storm on the East Coast is coming up about December the 12th or so. So toward the end of this week, an Alberta clipper could slow down just enough as it reaches the Atlantic to grab extra moisture there along the eastern seaboard. That would bring enough snow to break out the shovels and plowing operations to some of the heavily populated areas along the mid-Atlantic on up into New England. The long-range team is also concerned about a potential ice or a wintry mix event from the Great Lakes to the Ohio Valley and parts of the Appalachians about December 13, 14. AccuWeather added the cold may ease up a bit by the week of Christmas. That's going to depend on the next weakening of the polar vortex around the 14th of December. And then La Nina conditions over the last 10 days of the month are expected more wet, snowy weather for the Rockies and the Northwest. Maybe even a couple of storms reaching as far south as Southern California. All right, wintertime. The days continue to grow shorter. That turns around here in about 10, 12 days as we actually reach the winter solstice. We'll break that down for you. Coming up here, welcome aboard Philly Dan, out of the box. Yes, sir, it's that time again. Hope everybody had a great weekend. Sneakers, hi there. Another week of great shows coming our way. Thank you, Steve, and Hot Shot Secret. Everybody be safe. Prayers for all. All right, good afternoon. Hello, Larry. Hammer down, 38 degrees in Mahwah, New Jersey. We're headed toward Hartford tonight, then back to Wilmington, Delaware. We'll reload for Tuesday. Saddle up, nocturnal listeners. Hello, Peppy. The midnight hour, greatest day of the week. 32 degrees in the far side of southwest Ohio. Just got done watching a documentary on JFK's assassination, November 22nd, 1963. All right, snuggle up to whomever or whatever. Kiss them goodbye, kiss them hello. Tell them you love them. Hello, Jack. Morning, Steve, the overnight crew. Happy Monday already. Man, that was quick. 45 degrees, got a little rain here in Arlington, Tennessee. Headed on into Memphis. Get us a set. We'll head back out west once again. Everybody truck safe. And as always, have a blessed day. All right, Rubber Duck gives us an update. I just wanted to say thank you to all those well wishes. I did get home Friday with my portable defibrillator. Not sure where things go from here, but after 40 years out there on the road, I don't think I'll be coming back out. I'm just going to file for disability. Jeffrey checks in from Southern Florida. Hello, Steve and the overnight family. Uncle Chops, good morning to the overnight crew and all the listeners. Your Cincinnati Bengals kept me nervous much of the day Sunday. They're in Buffalo. Go Bills. Yeah, they ultimately, they pulled out the victory. Bengals stick a fork in it. The only chance they had of possibly reaching postseason, they had to pretty much win out. And they lost this past day, so. All right, win some, lose some. Who we got there? Good morning, Mr. Steve. All the overnight family had upsets in college football and pro football. How about those Indiana Hoosiers? They're number one. Everybody be safe out there tonight. Yeah, upset weekend. If my little sampling versus the prognosticator and the analyst is any sign of my hopes for next season, it ain't good. Out of 5 games, Steve only picked one winner. Ooh. Nope, did not get the BYU. Grump and I had both picked North Texas. Tulane won that game. Big Ed. Of course, Georgia over Alabama. How about that? Indiana over Ohio State. And amazingly, and we're going to get their take on this, of course, all coming up here in just a bit. Alabama, even with that third loss we talked about Friday morning, I pretty much assumed they'd be out of the playoff picture. No, they're in it. Number 9 in the rankings, according to the selection committee this past evening. We've got the full breakdown. The playoff picture is set. Who's in, who's out? All that coming your way momentarily. First of all, we've got James checking in, who remembers the good old days when diesel was always cheaper than gasoline. Yeah, those were, the good old days. Then we transitioned to the ultra-low sulfur diesel. And everything changed dramatically. Around the country, 844-844-3388. We get a new day, a new week underway, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Have you been searching far and wide, looking to advertise your business on a brand that will help you reach the very clients you want to walk through your front door? Well, they've done studies that 100% of the time, It works every time. We're talking about the Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Let us go to work for your business. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive currently broadcasts in radio markets all over the United States and was recently named one of the top 50 best late-night shows and podcasts in America. Advertising on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive will maximize your ability to reach clients both on the air and through podcasting. Consider it the best of both worlds. Don't miss this chance to put your business on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive and expand your reach immediately. Before we go, I've got one question to ask you. Are you ready to get started? If so, email me, Ryan Wild at lubricationspecialties.com, and get started showing off your business today on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
It's no secret, today's diesel isn't as good as it should be. Diesel lacks lubricity. That can lead to fuel system failure, costing thousands in repairs. But you can prevent those issues with Hot Shot Secret products. Clean injectors, boost cetane, increase fuel economy while adding 4 times more lubricity than the leading competitor. Claims proven by real-world use and confirmed by third-party ASTM testing. Available nationwide at truck stops, farm and automotive stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
At TEL, we know what it takes to succeed as an owner-operator because we were founded by one. The big secret? Affordable new trucks. New equipment keeps you moving, improves cash flow, and delivers reliability. For over 20 years, we've helped drivers take the next step in their careers. Call TEL at 866-404-6289 and use promo code OVERNIGHT100. We look forward to meeting you.
Oh, by the way, we are going to start the new week off with some ugly, wintry weather in parts of the East Coast. Looks like Virginia, you're going to be pretty much in the bullseye zone there. Yeah, much of the heart of Virginia with winter storm warnings. Kicking in about 6 a.m. this Monday morning till 6 in the evening. Pull up how much we're talking about. Well, 3 to 5 inches. What they're anticipating there. In a much broader area, extending down into northern portions of North Carolina, about the southern half of West Virginia, eastern Kentucky. Looking at some more slippery conditions there. A couple of inches of snow coming your way. Next, Alberta Clipper. Along with the polar vortex dropping into the north central U.S., high wind warnings for much of Montana, North Dakota. Yeah, much of South Dakota on down into central and eastern Wyoming. Windy. We're talking 40 to 50 mile an hour winds and then gusts reaching as high as 85 miles per hour, they tell us. For eastern Montana into parts of South Dakota, 85 mile an hour gust. So big time wind chills will be in play there. All right, every once in a while, our friend Joe in Michigan jumps on board to say hello. Welcome, Joe. Are you getting ready for the holidays?
Oh, yes, sir, we are. And, of course, Mother Nature is already here, too. We've already gotten quite a bit of snow and definitely getting cold for sure. How was your Thanksgiving? I
had a good Thanksgiving. Thank you very much. A little on the cool side, but had plenty of turkey and ham and all the good stuff.
Oh, yeah. It's been quite hectic over here. My dad and my dad was planning on calling you pretty soon. He's been busy, a lot of stuff going on with his wife. She's been hospitalized, but he does say hi, and he does say he wants to call you sometime soon. But I just wanted to call in and check in and tell you to stay safe and stay warm and drive safe. Everyone out there listening, thanks and God bless.
All right, Joe. Thank you for checking in there, Michigan. Yeah, they got a pretty good dose of the white stuff last week, and there's more where that came from. Well, here it is. We're not one day closer. It's here.
Yeah, we got to start it off by being the greatest day of the week. ain't got many of these left, but there's plenty more where that comes from, right?
Yes, indeed. Every time you turn around, Ron, it's the greatest day of the week. Here's
Every
another
time
Monday.
I turn around, there's one.
Yep.
I know. So I remember liking the smell of diesel and gasoline, but I can't stand it now. I don't know if you're that way or not, but I used to love the smell of gasoline when you was pumping it, you know.
Yeah.
I guess that was during the leaded days, the leaded version. And then the diesel used to smell a lot better than it does now, too. So you were talking the other day about those schools shutting down, the truck driving schools.
Yes.
I think one of the problems is that phrase self-certification. I think if they got rid of that, a lot of the problems would go away.
Yes, absolutely.
I mean, they're having that problem with the ELDs. I barely got my physical self-certified before they got rid of being able to do that. And then it got all screwed up. So I don't know. Seems like self-certification is the problem. Maybe I'm wrong.
No, I think, they're actually looking to address that. They're looking to change that. You are 100% correct.
I hope so. But, yeah, I'll watch some of them football games, and, of course, I won't rub it in about the Buckeyes. I got some friends that Buckeye fans like we all do. My condolences, I guess.
I
guess we can just call them the 13-10 team now.
Amazing to me. They only dropped from first to second place. So Indiana bumped up to number one. I thought they would have dropped more than Alabama was the one that one surprised me. Still in the top 10, even with 3 losses.
Alabama's going to be there anyway just because the committee loves them. You got to follow the money, I think, on Alabama. They come out with, before there's even a snap of the ball in the first season, they're ranked number 1, and nobody's even snapped the ball.
Mm-hmm.
It's just, I think it's donators that rule all of that. Maybe I'm wrong, but it seems like you got to follow the money. They're year after year, they're number 1 in the polls and all of this power, strength, and all that. I don't know how they made it, to be honest with you. And Notre Dame had a better record. And they're the only team that lost three games in the playoffs, and yet they're in. I don't know. Seems awful fishy to me.
Right. Obviously, that's where they go to that whole strength of schedule thing, right? I'm sure that's what Grump and Ed are going to break down here.
Yeah, I can't wait to hear their take on it. I'm riding around in a bunch of fog here in northern Florida. I just went past I-10 a few minutes ago, but had a lot of rain down around Tampa, Clearwater tonight. We needed it, though. I think our rainfall for November was 0.07 inches for the whole month of November. This was the first rain we've gotten for December. But we had like 11.5 inches of rain in August. And that's it's crazy how that big variance.
Yeah, and I'm looking at the radar here.
So the wife
there is still a lot of rain. I get some heavy rain down there in the central and moving. What is that? Lake Okeechobee, the big lake there. A lot of rain just north of the lake.
Right, and it's a thin band where it's real heavy.
Yep.
Like they've got those, what is it, the Snowball Derby over in Pensacola? It's been raining for days and days there, and they've put it off till they were going to run it Monday. Now they've moved it to Tuesday because of the rains. But my wife took me for my birthday dinner Friday night. We went to Outback, and then we went down to Cletus McFarland's track. You know, he bought that track called the Freedom Factory. You know who Cletus McFarland is?
Yeah, I do.
He's a YouTube influencer, and he's starting to dabble into the Xfinity and ARCA ranks. They're having the Snowflake Winter Nationals at Bradenton Friday night when we were there. And I've never been to a drag race, but man, those cars sure did sound good. I couldn't see them, but I could hear them running. And I've never been to a drag race, so I'd like to go someday. But anyway, I appreciate you taking my call, and Semper Fi shout out to Knuckle Buster and Donut Man, and we'll talk at you later.
All right, it's officially the greatest day of the week. All right, thank you. Cap and Ron, have a good week. Safe travels out there. All right, coming up, we'll check in with Buckeye Boy. Michael on board. What's up, people? Who we got checking in? JR, good morning to the Overnight Drive family. Country Bumpkin, that is, checking in from a cold Waterford, Michigan tonight. Good to have you with us, Country Bumpkin. Lease with Tell and enjoy affordable payments and support that keeps you running smooth anywhere in the continental U.S. Learn more at tell360.com.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. Border Czar Tom Homan is defending the immigration crackdown in Minneapolis, telling CNN's State of the Union the effort is not unfairly targeting Somali immigrants.
There's in numerous countries that President Trump's, is looking at everybody that came from these countries, make sure they're vetted properly. Some of these countries don't have the proper systems in place to totally vet somebody, so we don't know who they really are.
His comments follow the growing criticism of Somali communities and Congresswoman Ilhan Omar. A Republican senator is backing Secretary of War Pete Hegseth as criticism grows over the U.S. strikes on alleged drug boats in the Caribbean. While appearing on Meet the Press, Arkansas Senator Tom Cotton said those boats are all valid targets.
Before our military conducts such a strike, they have multiple sources of intelligence.
Hegseth also defended the operation, saying the 80 people killed since September were terrorists. From America's News Network USA Radio News.
Business owners, are you paying high phone bills for old school systems and lousy service? StrongTel cuts your phone bills in half and turns every phone you own into a feature-rich business system. Sean Roddy, CEO of Hennings Brothers Drilling, had this to say. We've been a StrongTel customer for over 10 years. It's great. It even includes an intercom with video to our equipment yard. I can watch live from anywhere with my smartphone. I'd recommend StrongTel to anyone. Never miss a customer call again with your StrongTel business system. StrongTel is a proud iTex partner and always welcomes your iTex dollars. You'll get award-winning StrongTel service, a business-class phone system, and cut your phone bill in half. Visit StrongTel.com. That's StrongTel, StrongTel.com. It's StrongTel.
Have you been searching far and wide, looking to advertise your business on a brand that will help you reach the very clients you want to walk through your front door? Well, they've done studies that 100% of the time, it works every time. We're talking about the Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Let us go to work for your business. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive currently broadcasts in radio markets all over the United States and was recently named one of the top 50 best late-night shows and podcasts in America. Advertising on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive will maximize your ability to reach clients both on the air and through podcasting. Consider it the best of both worlds. Don't miss this chance to put your business on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive and expand your reach immediately. Before we go, I've got one question to ask you. Are you ready to get started? If so, email me, Ryan Wild at lubricationspecialties.com, and get started showing off your business today on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Truckers, meet the SpeedMax Pro Max, the tire built for serious hauls and serious peace of mind. With rugged construction and performance you can count on, Pro Max is made for the long road ahead. And here's the best part. It comes with an 8-year warranty. That's right, 8 years of confidence, mile after mile. Ask SpeedMax. Drive far, Drive strong. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com. Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
It's no secret, today's diesel isn't as good as it should be. Diesel lacks lubricity. That can lead to fuel system failure, costing thousands in repairs. But you can prevent those issues with Hot Shot Secret products. Clean injectors, boost cetane, increase fuel economy while adding 4 times more lubricity than the leading competitor. Claims proven by real-world use and confirmed by third-party ASTM testing. Available nationwide at truck stops, farm and automotive stores, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Did you miss an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive? Or just want to relive a little bit of the magic? Don't worry. You can download the Steve Summers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts. Don't miss a single second of the show that was recently named one of the best late-night shows in America. Make sure you like and subscribe to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive so you don't miss a single episode. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Available wherever you get your podcasts or online at overnightdriveradio.com.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers. Live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
Here we go. Monday already. There he is, Buckeye Boy, checking in from Ackworth, Georgia, 42 degrees. Well, the Buckeyes really stunk up the field on offense. Poor play calling. Some offensive linemen who really couldn't block Indiana. Defense did very well for the most part, but gave up some big yardage plays. All right, it's good that we're now ranked number 2 in the college football playoff poll. So they'll face the winner of the Miami versus Texas A&M matchup. I still think OSU can win it all. Yeah, they're the best team, but they're going to have to focus. I'm not taking anything away from Indiana. They have a very good team. They wanted it more. I appreciate how they played. They deserve it. All right, have a local one to do later today. Then we're going to go help the stepson on his new house, doing some wiring, other stuff. It's going to be a nice place. They can't wait till it's finished. Everybody have a great night. Be careful out there. And then he also said Notre Dame, they're taking their toys and going home after being left out of the college football playoff. They said they're not going to participate in any bowl game. Miami beat them. They didn't deserve to be in, and neither did Alabama, the way I see it. I'm happy with JMU, what they did. That's a huge accomplishment for that particular program. Now, Bradley, on the other hand, says Notre Dame got screwed. No way is James Madison and Tulane better than Notre Dame. I guess the good news is Notre Dame in the top 5 with endowments, so they can afford to boycott their bowl selection. Oh, so there we go. Another season, another college football playoff, all set in motion. And no surprise, there's a little bit of controversy in the mix. Welcome aboard, Mr. Prognosticator and the Grump, the analyst.
And let's, first of all, Buckeye Boy, you're like a whole lot of others out there. You got tunnel vision. I don't think Ohio State's going to take it, but that's for a later conversation. You, Steve.
Yes.
It's not about you, sir. You lost your man card. Now, at the start, you tried to say you won one game. What game is that?
Let's see. Which one?
Yeah, go ahead there, Heatwave.
Well, I guess, did Duke win? Duke won that game, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so I didn't get I went 0 for 5.
There you go. 0 for 5. No win, nada, nothing. Your only hope was if Virginia would have won, I would have finished at 4-1, but they didn't, and I take that loss with joy in my heart because that made you 0-5.
Thank you so much.
And it stripped you of your man card. Ain't that right, Grump? Go ahead.
That's
Grump.
right.
Land
We're
on
going to get it. We're going to get it.
And we're going to give you a chance to get your man card back, though, before we get done. Okay, but you're going to have to grovel a little bit to get it, but you're going to get it back.
Oh, boy.
That was his first shot. We'll cut him a little slack.
Yeah.
Go ahead. Tell him what
I mean,
you want to do there.
You was on our mind this weekend, Steve. Me and Grump really trash talked you real good. And it's like I told Grump, I said, he's as bad as Heatwave. You know, Heatwave, he's lost his man cards. I mean, calling in here crying all year long about the Slowbo, about how they get no respect. See, last year when I was doing this by myself, I remember Heatwave, he was on the Texas A&M boat, but they kept losing, and he finally jumped ship, and that's why this year he couldn't make himself pull for A&M. And if you remember last year, did I make any bones or did I pull any punches about how bad Oklahoma stunk the place up?
You did not.
And that's right. I was up front and I was honest. You're either good or you're not. And that's why I tried to tell Heatwave. Now, the Slowbos are either good or they're not. Now, I can tell you this, they finished 9-3 this year in the Mountain West. And they're going to face the Minnesota Gophers, who's a Big Ten team, finished 7 what I got wrote down here, just a second. Bear with me, 7-5. So what we thought we would do, so you can get your man card back, Steve, we're going to give you one game the weekend when this all these playoffs start.
Yeah.
You get the poll for the Minnesota Gophers. Big Ten team, 7-5. So when Heatwave calls in here and they're playing the New Mexico Slowbo in the rake boat. Now, they haven't come out with who's got the bigger possibility of winning, but New Mexico being 9-3. And really, that's not a bad record because they're in the same, I think, conference as Boise State. And, you know, Boise State made the playoffs last year. It's just that they needed a couple of more wins to have got themselves in the mix of the conversation like James Madison did. They won that Sun Belt Conference, and I think they lost to Louisville. Was that it? The Grump?
Yes.
So their strength of schedule was much better. That's what propelled them. When they set all this up, that group of 5, that's what propelled them over a Notre Dame, over a Texas and a Vanderbilt, because they won their conference. Now, if they hadn't have won their conference, then, Notre Dame would have got in there. But I'm like Grump. I didn't feel like Alabama belongs in there, but hey, that was not my call. But the subject we're talking about right now, Steve, is your man card.
Oh, boy.
And for you to be with me and Grump next year, you have got to get that man card back. So when Heatwave calls in here crying, you smash mouth his New Mexico Slowbo. Don't let him out. You bash him, Steve. Be a man about it. I mean, have you been watching football? Have you seen the Bud Light commercial? At least they're trying to get their man card back.
Well, they're trying.
Have you seen them commercials, Grump?
That's right, buddy.
Have you seen them commercials? And they're sitting there in the stadium, Bud Light here. Yeah. Bud Light here. Yeah, they're trying to get their man card back, Steve.
Trying to.
So, do you want to ever be associated with Bud Light?
That's a
or do you want to
negative.
get your man card
Negative. Negative.
There you go. So when old Heat Wave calls in there, don't be kissing up to him. Just tell him, hey, Heat Wave, your slow boat stink. My Minnesota Gophers are going to stomp a mud hole in them. Let him know.
Okay.
We'll be listening, Steve.
All right.
You got 2 weeks, my friend. 2 weeks. Now, they don't play till the 26th. So, actually, you got three weeks, I think. So, all right. What do you say, Grump? Are we going to let him get a chance to get his man card back?
Oh, yeah. We can't beat up on him too bad. This is his first go-around here. So.
Yeah, you played your first bad, big-time bad, Steve. I mean, I was sad for you. I told Grump, I said, man, poor guy. He ain't even paying attention. He's getting thoroughly beat. And we beat you with a wet noodle this weekend. We had no mercy on you. Trust me. The only reason we didn't call you because we know you were dealing with the unfortunate situation at home, but that still does not relieve you of us pounding on you because you lost your man card over the week.
Well, how much?
Go ahead, Grump.
How much money did the bookies take in with the missed field goal? Ohio State, that should have gone into overtime. They missed that field goal
twice. He missed 2 of them that they should have won by 3 points, but he missed 2 of them. And I was a little upset about that. I wanted to break the kid's leg, but that's just me. And I lost a bunch of damn money on the process of it.
Right?
It's all right.
Hey, buddy, I picked Indiana. You didn't hear me crying in big go Gator tears.
Well, I had a couple there. I had it under 47.5, so I won on that one. But I did win just a little bit, but on the line bet I lost, so that's okay. But anyway,
I'll tell you, in the Virginia game, if you'd have been watching that, Duke, they won that by the skin of their teeth. If it hadn't been for that defensive player with Virginia getting overzealous in the pursuit of the quarterback and hitting him after he released the ball, they got a 15-yard penalty tacked onto them when they got their shot in the first series in overtime on their part, and they had to start at the 40-yard line. And then the quarterback threw that interception. To me, that went a long way in why Virginia lost that game, because of one lousy play. And that, when they showed the replay, that defensive back, he had plenty of time to stop, and there was no rhyme or reason for him to reach his hands out and smack that quarterback. It was stupid. And to me, that's what cost them the game. Or I guarantee you, if Virginia would have won it, they would have been in the playoff. James Madison wouldn't have.
Yeah, that I don't know what the hell was wrong with Virginia. I mean, they played good all year and then got in there and it's like, damn, they couldn't get their defensive backs to work. They couldn't get, it just one thing after another. It's like Ohio. Ohio State, they just fell flat of their butt pretty much. I wonder if they're looking for a new kicker though. I mean, the kid's hit pretty much everything, and then when he gets in a clutch like that, he misses. So I don't know.
And that's why Duke, even though they won the ACC, they couldn't get in because the strength of schedule that James Madison had was far better than Duke's. All right? And when they set all this up, remember, it had to be the conference winners. And every conference winner is in that playoff. All right? Are you with me?
Mm-hmm.
So, but how Alabama got in there, that's another question. I do not know. I'm with Trump. I don't think they belong, but who was it was sending the money?
The best I can tell, right now, Alabama is the first team in college football that's ever went 3 losses and still got into the playoffs. The best I can tell is that the conference or the committee, the playoff committee, actually looked at their losses, how much they lost by, is what they're saying. Now, to me, it don't make a damn. A loss is a loss is a loss. They shouldn't be there. You know, one minute they're holding these standards up, but when you go back into it and you look at all the NIL money that Alabama's gotten, they're leading the way with the NIL money. I just wonder if that had anything to do with it. Between Texas and Alabama, that's where, you know, a lot of the damn NIL money's going. Did you see that article about that is going to surpass $2.2 billion this year and next year for NIL money? So, you know, you got to step back and ask the damn question here. Are they pro teams now or what? Or what are they doing? Are they playing for an education and you know, for their school? Or are they just there to get a couple $1 million and then jump over in the pros? I think this NIL crap, the more I look at it and the more I read on it and everything, when you see all the players that's losing, that's, you know, how much money they're getting, average $2.5 million, and that was on the top 25. The top 25 players in college football averaged about $2.5 million each this year in NIL money. And then the schools averaged about $34 million. That's crazy. You know, what the hell is, I know the Ducks had like, they were a $700 million enterprise as far as the school budgets and everything that they had combined there. And then when you look at the amount of money that they brought in on top of that was another $100 and something million. And so they're saying, yeah, we're able to pay the NIL money. Well, hell yeah. You know, I mean, my God, when it's a $2.5 billion industry now, that's crazy. I mean, that's just NIL money. That's not ticket sales. That's not, you know, everything else. That's not looking at endowments. That's just straight money that come in from outside donations. So you gotta wonder how in the hell Alabama got in when they're number 2 in the NIL money. You know, it just maybe some donors called up and said, hey, you know, we want to see them in there. We put all this money out. We want to see it. To me, it's taken away the spirit of college football. You know, it used to be the school. It used to be, you know, all about the school and the players that, you know, stood up for their school. Now they're standing up for themselves. And it's you know, piss me off and I'll drag up and go somewhere else where they pay me more. It's ridiculous. But, you know, that's
well,
the way I'm reading.
You go back before all this started. You could go to a game. You could go to the sports store. You could buy a jersey of your favorite player with his name on it. Or you could buy a helmet with his number on it. Or you could buy posters, autographed posters. And the school kept all that money. They wouldn't share it with the players. That's why all this name, image, and likeness started coming into being. And then you can thank Johnny Manziel, the great Texas A&M ripoff, that actually got all this started because he was taking money under the table. And he's actually the one that got all this NIL crap started. And, well, I shouldn't say crap because I understood his position. Well, if the school's going to make all this money off me, how come I don't get some of that money? And so they took what could have been a good thing, and now it just blows. They've let all the money handlers come in and get control of it, and they've just bloated into a big billion-dollar business. And it's about, if it's not by next year, the year after that, it's all going to be semi-pro, and you ain't even going to hear me promoting college football because it's like the pros. I don't, you know, I like to watch playoffs or Super Bowl, but I don't get into get into all that, and you look at how much money is invested in the pros, and the common working guy can't even afford to go to the damn game. So that's why I don't participate in it, because I don't have thousands of dollars to go buy a lousy ticket, sit out there for one game.
Mm-hmm.
It's just like the Oklahoma, Nebraska, or Alabama game. The cheapest those tickets are going to go for is $450 a pop. And multiply that by 80,000 screaming Budweiser Bobs out there. That's a lot of money. But old working Joe like myself, that's more money than I want to spend to go sit out there and watch a damn football game. When used to, I'd pay no more than $100 a ticket. See how that price has increased, and it's all because of this NIL, and it's getting out to the point where the old common guy can't afford to participate in it, and so it's actually going to get so big it's going to crave in on itself. What's going to happen? And then maybe somebody will get some damn common sense, and that's why you see these coaches all of a sudden jumping ship like Lane Kiffin. Well, he's going to get his share of that pie where he's got the chance. You can't blame him, because there in a few years they're going to put a stop to that. It's just like North Texas coach. He's going to Oklahoma State. His contract's for $3.5 million for 5 years. To me, that's reasonable. But everything that Grump's sitting there saying, the way it's all gone, it's not reasonable. And I think Congress has talked about that. They're going to step in and try to take control of this, put a cap on all this craziness. I'm just kind of curious how all the tax structure's set up. Somebody's got to pay taxes on that money.
You know, they shouldn't get a damn nickel of tax dollars anymore. I mean, schools shouldn't. If they got, you know, if you look at Harvard, you know, hell, they're still getting, you know, $4 billion a year from tax dollars, you know, and stuff, and that's a private college. But if you look at their endowment, they've got, you know, $180 billion endowment or something like that, or somewhere around it. You know, it's just an astronomical amount of money. But look at like Paramount, you know, and Disney and places like that. You know, the networks and stuff that are buying these games. You know, they're actually, you know, paying, you know, millions and millions of dollars just for the rights to have one game on their, you know, on these off channels and stuff. It's, you know, it's no more about the, you know, the cable channels and the commitment and all this other stuff to, you know, sitting there and watching it for free. You know, hell, you got to pay that. And it's turned into a racket, man. It really has. It's my wife is somebody that she loves TV. I hate it. You know, I watch football. The rest of it, I'd shoot the damn thing with a shotgun. That's about how much I care for it. I'd rather sit and read a book than watch some damn goofy ass show on there anymore. But when you look at the amount of things, you know, bless her heart, you know, I got rid of all that cable. I said, you did? Yeah, I cut it down to nothing. And I said, all right, what you got now? And I got Paramount. I got that. I got this. I got that. I got you ESPN. I got you all. And I'm looking at it. I'm thinking, honey, my God, get cable back. It'll save me $1,000 a freaking month. You know, by the time you get everything, and this is the way that sports is going. I mean, it's just, you know, they're looking at who's the highest bidder now on who gets the control of their games, you know, like their rival games and things like that, you know, hell, and then they split it between the schools, and it's a you know, a buttload of money. But man, I tell you, it's getting to the point where it's a racket, and it's no longer going to be fun, and you know, when it keeps happening and stuff, it just, I don't know. I'll be out of it.
Well,
after that, I won't.
You take ESPN. They put these sports bundles together, these packages, and they want to sell them for $250 a month. Well, hell, I ain't gonna pay $250 a month to sit around and watch what I can watch for free.
Mm-hmm.
That's where I draw the line. You're not gonna rip into my pocket. But I mean, I love football. I love college football. I love college sports, but I'm not going to sit there and spend my life savings just to sit around on my large marge and watch football. You know, just ain't going to do it. So I can get up and go do something useful with my time, like listen to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive radio.
Well, I mean, I'm looking at ESPN here, and I mean, it says that matchup between Alabama and Oklahoma that's going to be in your neck of the woods in Norman. It says tickets as low as $297. So as low as, so that's going to be the cheapest seats in the house for $300 a pop?
Yep. And I think they'll go up before the game goes off.
Wow, that's astounding. All right, well, let's pause there as we close out hour number one, but Tell gets you into a factory warranted truck with the maintenance support you need to stay on the road and out of the shop. Visit Tell360.com.
Did you miss an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive? Or just want to relive a little bit of the magic? Don't worry. You can download the Steve Summers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts. Don't miss a single second of the show that was recently named one of the best late-night shows in America. Make sure you like and subscribe to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive so you don't miss a single episode. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Available wherever you get your podcasts or online at overnightdriveradio.com.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
fuel additives.
Most fuel additives either impact performance or provide protection. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and fuel system protection. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. Senator Adam Schiff is urging a full investigation into U.S. strikes on suspected drug boats in the Caribbean, calling those attacks unlawful while on Meet the Press.
This is not at all lawful or constitutional. And frankly, if the Pentagon and our defense secretary is so proud of what they're doing, let the American people see that video.
Meanwhile, Secretary of War Pete Hegseth defended the operation, saying 80 people killed since September were terrorists and the president can take military action as he sees fit. Former UK Prime Minister Liz Truss told Newsmax she wishes Britain had ICE-style powers to deport illegal aliens.
People are so frustrated. There are protests outside migrant hotels. Migrants are being housed in 4-star accommodation. We've seen a rise in violent crime, particularly against women and girls. Things like appalling sex crimes like rapes carried out by illegal migrants.
She blames Britain's Human Rights Act for making removals nearly impossible. Truss argues the system protects offenders over victims and needs major reform. A British man says he endured months of police scrutiny after posting a photo of himself holding a legal gun taken in the U.S. West Yorkshire police arrested him after a complaint claimed the image felt threatening. The case was eventually dropped, but he's calling the experience an Orwellian overreach as questions now swirl about the department's response. President Trump says soccer should be called football in the U.S. and suggests the NFL should change their name.
The president making those comments Friday during the FIFA World Cup draw. He says, this is football, there's no question about it, and that we have to come up with another name for the NFL. Soccer is called football outside the U.S. The NFL got its name in 1922, changing from the American Professional Football Association to the National Football League. The World Cup begins June 11th. It'll be played in stadiums across the U.S., Canada, and Mexico. I'm Jim Roop.
From America's News Network USA Radio News.
No matter who we are or where we come from, we all experience difficulties in life.
Military veterans know that sometimes it takes strength and determination to make it through.
Whether it's obvious physical challenges or struggles on the inside, it takes strength to ask for help when you need it.
I knew that I had to get support, not just for me, but for the sake of my wife and kids.
Talking about it has helped me feel more like myself again.
Honestly, it was hard to open up at first, but it's changed my life for the better.
Learn how veterans like us have reached out for help. And hear stories of strength and recovery at MakeTheConnection.net.
The California Department of Health has issued an urgent advisory to avoid eating wild mushrooms.
Public health officials have reported an outbreak of amatoxin poisoning caused by consuming wild foraged mushrooms. Amatoxins are highly toxic and can lead to severe liver damage or death. Toxic mushrooms, such as the death cap, can easily be mistaken for the safe and edible type. Symptoms include diarrhea, nausea, and abdominal pain. 21 cases have been identified by the California Poison Control System, with significant clusters reported in the Monterey and San Francisco Bay areas, although the risk is statewide. I'm Sharon Reardon.
Washington State Patrol arrested nearly a dozen people during a human trafficking and prostitution mission.
They called it Operation Human Freight. It was initiated by the WSP's Commercial Vehicles Division because of the prostitution activity they saw at the truck stop. 11 women were victims of prostitution or human trafficking. They were offered resources to help. A 41-year-old Tacoma man with 19 prior felonies was arrested for human trafficking. I'm Brad Ford.
Online shoppers may know about the scam called phishing, but there's a new one that has a rather funny name.
It's called Quishing. Cybersecurity pros say it's a phishing scam done with QR codes. A mystery package comes in the mail with a QR code inside that looks harmless. Scanning it may take you to a fake website, stealing your personal information, or installing malware on your device. The FBI warns, ignore packages you weren't expecting and never scan a QR code from an unknown source. I'm Sarah Walters.
And I'm Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
Would you know where to turn if you or a loved one became paralyzed? For thousands of families, the National Paralysis Resource Center has been that lifeline. But now federal funding's at risk. Sherman Gillums Jr., a partially paralyzed Marine veteran with the Christopher and Dana Reeve Foundation, explains why.
This is about more than just a budget line. It's about veterans, caregivers, and families, real people who need these resources to live more productive and independent lives.
Learn more at ChristopherReeve.org.
Have you been searching far and wide, looking to advertise your business on a brand that will help you reach the very clients you want to walk through your front door? Well, you know they've done studies that 100% of the time, it works every time. We're talking about the Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Let us go to work for your business. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive currently broadcasts in radio markets all over the United States and was recently named one of the top 50 best late night shows and podcasts in America. Advertising on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive will maximize your ability to reach clients both on the air and through podcasting. Consider it the best of both worlds. Don't miss this chance to put your business on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive and expand your reach immediately. Before we go, I've got one question to ask you. Are you ready to get started? If so, email me, Ryan Wild at lubricationspecialties.com, and get started showing off your business today on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Keep the bugs off your glass and the smokies off your ass. This is the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
All right, here comes a Monday. Welcome back. Welcome aboard. Working our way into the 8th day of December. Greatest day of the week. All right, just like that, we close out the weekend. Another one in the books. Another day closer to Christmas and a new year. Going to have some travel issues out there right on the heels of the storm that brought some accumulating snow across portions of the plains and the Midwest over the weekend. We're going to see multiple fast-moving storms taking shape through the week ahead. bringing rounds of accumulating snow. This is going to be a series of Alberta Clippers racing southeastward out of central Canada into the Great Plains, the Midwest, and portions of the Northeast. All right, the Clipper makes its way out of southwestern Canada into far northern portions of the plains on Tuesday. Then reaches the Great Lakes by Tuesday night. That'll be system number 1. So we'll see some snow on the northern side of that storm, while near and south of the center of the storm, a mix of rain, snow, maybe ice may occur. By Wednesday, the storm will be racing east, bringing rain and snow across much of the interior Northeast. Meanwhile, all snow expected from Michigan into northern New England. Within that swath, we could see snowfall 3 to 6 inches. From portions of North Dakota through northern New York and Vermont, the northernmost tier of the country. Smaller swaths of maybe 6 to 12 inches across portions of Wisconsin, Michigan, and southern Ontario. Along with the snow, those gusty winds, raising the risk for blowing snow, power outages. Winds will be strong enough to bring down trees, blow around any unsecured objects, including those holiday decorations. There's going to be a broad zone of 40 to 50 mile-an-hour winds from Montana, Wyoming, all the way over to western Wisconsin and Illinois. Gusts as high as 70 in some of the higher elevations of Montana and Wyoming, as well as that swath of eastern Montana into South Dakota, gusts approaching 85 miles per hour. As the storm tracks further east on Wednesday, those gusty winds as high as 50 mile an hour also spreading further east across much of the Ohio Valley as well as the Northeast. Meanwhile, the parade of Clippers continues late this week into next weekend. More rounds of accumulating snow. The jet stream's going to dig a bit further south throughout the week, bringing additional Clippers further south than some of the previous. So the potential for accumulating snow and travel disruptions occurring further south with each progressing storm. All right, it is 844-844-3388. During the news break there, as we bring the prognosticator and the analyst back online, we were talking about the NIL. Knucklebuster sent me a little email link, and I hadn't really seen or heard anything about it yet. I mean, he said, but the NIL stuff is actually coming to high schools. Did you heard that?
I've heard a rumor to that effect, but I think the high schools are going to try to put a quash to that. Because that just, I've heard it. Like I say, it's been a grapevine rumor, but I've heard it out there. There's been some rumblings about it, but I don't think your state legislature is going to let that happen.
I'm looking at the one of the links he sent me. He said including your state of Ohio, and I said so. I did a quick search, and of course I got the link that he sent me. But there was a lawsuit against the Ohio High School Athletic Association that led to an emergency vote. They say allowing the NIL, aligning Ohio with most other states, like 35 states, they say. Athletes can profit, but cannot use the school names or mascots. They cannot get paid for performance, cannot use school uniforms in ads, and they have to report deals. Typically, local marketing for business office, often in basketball, football, and wrestling would be the common deals they're saying.
Jesus. When's it going to stop? Hell, they're going to get a hold of Pop Warner football now, and stuff like that. I mean, they're just going overboard with this crap, and it needs to stop.
You got a calculator. Let's do some math here. In 2022, I went to the Big 12 championship game down there in Dallas at Arlington Stadium. For 2 tickets, I give $60 or $120 for 2 tickets. That was in 2022 Big 12 championship game. So you figure that was when Oklahoma State played Baylor. So figure that at on an average, and we're just talking average of 60,000. How much number? What money number are you looking at?
I don't have the calculator in front of me here. I'm sorry.
Well, that's all right.
What is it now?
I'd give just $120 for 2 tickets, starting to just the 60,000. Multiply that to 60,000.
So it'd be $60 a ticket average.
Right.
All right, you're looking at $3,600,000.
All right. Then I went in January 2023. This when right before all this started, I went out to the Rose Bowl parade, and Utah was playing Penn State. All right. And the average getting in price was $140 a ticket to $200 on the low end. And the high end was $300, or about the mid-end price was averaging about $300. And then the premium seating was running at $800 to $1,000 a head. So divide that by 2, just figure $500 a head at 60,000. How much money you talking?
That's about 60,000.
Yep, at $500 a head.
Yeah, $30 million.
Damn.
There you go. And then, so if you go out there this year, and let's say Indiana and Oklahoma's playing, I guarantee the cheap seat's going to be $1,000.
Oh, yeah.
And when I went out to that Rose Bowl game, I waited till kickoff and got my tickets, and I had to give $120, $240 for just to get 2 seats. And that's when they had oversold the seating, and then they tried to run me out of my seats. And I said, well, I've got 2 tickets here. And the usher said, well, you're going to have to move. I said, no, you all sold the tickets right here. Here's the number. I said, you got the choice. You can run them people out, or you can put me down there on the sideline. You're the ones that oversold. I'll let them have my seat, but you're going to have to escort me down to the sideline. And they let me keep my seats because they didn't want me to go to the sidelines. But just look how much money the difference.
Yeah.
So now here we're in 2026, and I can guarantee you, and you said that was what, 30 million, Grump? So now it's $1,000 a pop. You're getting up there just for a football game, just for watch one football game. What, $75 million or better?
Yeah. Yep. It's went up that much. It's ridiculous.
I don't think the state legislatures are going to allow that to happen. But you know, to have one kid, how many kids are out there? You know, there's such thing as peer pressure. You're only as good as the people that are around you, and I just don't see that just taking hold in these high schools. Or if they're trying to do it, then these state legislatures need to stop that, because you know our tax dollars support these schools, and I'm not going. Go ahead, Grant.
I think that's what the state legislatures look at, though, Ed, is the amount of tax revenues that these damn games are bringing in with that dollar right there, because everybody's paying taxes on that dollar, and it's I really don't look for Congress to do a hell of a lot, but I don't know. It's nuts. You wanna get into the values of these games here real quick here, Ed? I wanna let's look at Alabama and Oklahoma. They're even.
And they're going to be Yeah, I haven't seen any of the odds breakdown on the odds on these games.
Well,
have you looked them up?
They got Alabama at -115, and they got Oklahoma at a 105, -105. They're saying that there's going to be a 1.5 point difference in these games, and they're favoring Alabama on that. And the over/under is going to be 40.5 on the, which I think it's going to go over that. I think they're going to score a little bit more than 40 points, 40.5 points combined there.
I don't think so, Brown.
Well, I know it's going to be a game of defense, but when you look at it, 20 points, I think 3 touchdowns each. That's what I looked at, and it may come down to field goals or whatever. Getting into the red zone and doing some field goals, and it don't take much to rack up 40 points. Between the two teams there, I think it's going to be about a 46 to 48 point game. Because it's, you got two defenses here, especially Oklahoma. They got an outstanding defense, but they also got a quarterback that can move and throw ball, and and he can get it done. So I think we're looking at some points here on the board for both these teams. Could be. I don't know. I'm just
what about the Miami Texas A&M?
Texas A&M's favored by 4.5 points on this. They got a over and under by 51.5, and they got a 185 on the money on the money line. So when you look at that negative 185, that's how much you could get off $100. Basically 185 off 100. So you'd take in $85 pretty much. But they're looking at
A&M, Miami, Alabama, and OU have got the tougher game to try to get to the next level. Where Oregon and Ole Miss, I mean, to me, they got sleepwalking games. Oregon playing James Madison and Ole Miss playing Tulane.
They got a pretty good size spread between Ole Miss and Tulane. They got a 16.5 point spread there and then they got a round of over and under of 56.5, and then they got a negative 1,000 for Ole Miss to win this game, which is meaning they're going to walk away with it. I don't really see them walking away with it. I think it's the over and under. I think it's going to be a little bit much. I think it's going to be under that. I just can't see, that kind of points being put up on the board by the two teams. I think Tulane's going to give them all they want, so that's going to be a problem. But Oregon and James Madison, they're looking at 20 point spread on 20.5 on of Oregon winning that game by. That very well could go over the over and under. It's 50.5 points. And we're looking at about negative 2,500 on Oregon winning that game. And the higher the negative number is, the higher percentage that they're going to win it by. And it's got to do with the money line and all this other stuff. So, but anytime you see a negative number like that, it means pretty much the analysts there think that they're just going to come in there and wipe the floor with them. So I don't know whether these going to be good games or not. I don't know. According to these fellows, I don't know if Tulane and Ole Miss or Oregon and James Madison's going to be up to par. When you go back over James Madison, how they've played this year. I mean, yeah, they played good. They made the playoffs, but they made it by default pretty much. I think they did. I know they won the Sun Belt West, and I don't know. I
just don't see James Madison giving Oregon much of a game.
Mm-hmm.
I don't either. That's one of the reasons why it's 2,500.
I can see Tulane, kind of put a dent in Ole Miss, but I don't see him winning.
Yeah.
So you just about know what direction I'm going to go, but it's the Miami A&M game and Alabama and OU where I'm undecided.
I don't think that Ole Miss is going to win by 16.5 points. I don't see that. I do think that there's good possibility. Do what now?
Yeah, I see him winning by at least just 14.
Yeah.
But Steve, what do you feel about your man card game?
With New Mexico and Minnesota?
Yeah. Have you looked them up?
Yeah, Minnesota's going to stomp a mud hole in them.
There you go, brother. That's what I want to hear. Yeah,
Trash talking already. Listen at him.
Well, you know, I think I proved. Let's go back to our record this weekend. I won 3 and lost 2. Grump won 2 and lost 3, and you won 0. So I may not know it all, but I know my football. And unless y'all got something else for me, I need to rest my vocal cords from all the cheering or laughing I did this weekend. And I'm going to get off here unless y'all got something else.
Well, I'm glad I gave glad I gave you a good laugh, Ed. There you go.
There you go. Thanks, sir. Y'all have a good night. Be safe.
We'll see you, Ed. That's about it for me, Steve. But,
all right.
Yeah, it's going to be some interesting week here. We'll start coming up on the playoffs, so we'll see what happens. But I don't know. Like I said, I'm just sick of this NIL crap, and you know the money that's involved in it is really. I think it's just taking the spirit away from college football, and you know who in the hell's going to bench some player because he's not getting a 3.2 average or something like that now.
Mm-hmm.
You know, he can be as dumb as a rock and say, I don't care. I'll take a pay cut and go to the pros is basically what it boils down to when you're making like Arch Manning made $6.5 million this year in football, you know, and if, you know, he could be dumb as a stump and come up and say, I don't care. Hell, I'll take a pay cut and go to the pros. You know, that's just the way it is. But, I don't know. It's crazy, but that's just my opinion. And you know how opinions are.
Everybody got one.
Just my opinion. That's right, buddy.
Yeah.
Thank you, Steve.
All right, Grump. Appreciate it. Have a great night. Safe travels. Hello to Double Trucker joining us this Monday. 23 degrees in Lodi this morning. We're hooked up, ready to head back to Western New York. I'll tune in later on the home of free speech, Rumble. And by the way, this is not the greatest day of the week. I'm with you, Double Trucker. All right, Kevin is on board. Morning, Steve, the overnight crew. Hello, Jerry. Good Monday morning. I hope all is well wherever you're at. It's cold here in Kokomo, but April's just around the corner, right? We had a former Cup driver pass away over the weekend. Not many details, but his family was in the trucking business for years. Rest in peace. That was, I remember the name, Michael Arnett. Let me see if I can real quick pull up the email. Yeah, Michael Annett. Michael Annett was only 39 years old, and that was a post from JR Motorsports on social media that said, our thoughts and prayers with the entire Annett family with the passing of our friend Michael. Michael was a key member of JR Motorsports from 2017 until he retired in 2021. He was an important part in turning us into a 4-car organization that we remain today. A veteran driver who retired from the sport in 21, not seeing any official cause of death released, but a fellow NASCAR driver, Brad Keselowski, made a statement sharing that he's glad Annett is not suffering any longer. So incredibly sad news for the racing world and beyond. That's all the details. So I'm not sure if he was battling some sort of cancer or what the case was, but they haven't released details that I've seen yet anyway. Hello to Billy. Good morning, Steve. The overnight drive, folks, headed up to Garysburg, North Carolina, then back down to Southport on this greatest day of the week. 37 degrees in Beulahville, North Carolina. And we've actually got a chance for some snow later today. Yeah, some of those winter weather advisories extending, yes, into parts of North Carolina. Yeah, here later today. The heaviest swath, maybe up to 5 inches, supposed to be bullseye, kind of right there in the heart of Virginia. All right, Sneakers said, Steve, Grump, Big Ed had mercy on you. I think they called you amateur. Hee-haw. All right, I have to work on getting the man card back, right? But thanks for being with us. It is 844-844-3388. About a minute before news break, we'll get to the Plowboy, see what Horse Feathers has going on. And on down the line, we roll into a Monday. Under industry headlines, much more discussion about non-domiciled CDLs, the impact of the English language proficiency that dominates the headlines. Minnesota is the latest state hitting the pause button on issuing non-domiciled commercial driver's licenses after the DOT last week threatened to withhold tens of millions of dollars in funding from the state. Last week, Minnesota Driver and Vehicle Services announcing it has immediately paused issuing non-domiciled CDL. We're working on a plan to come into compliance with federal guidelines. We take our role in issuing commercial driver's licenses and keeping Minnesota's roads safe very seriously. So more on that as we get the new week underway. Get behind the wheel of a new truck with Tel's flexible lease options and full factory warranties. Visit tel360.com today.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. Border Czar Tom Homan is defending the immigration crackdown in Minneapolis, telling CNN's State of the Union the effort is not unfairly targeting Somali immigrants.
There's numerous countries that President Trump, is looking at everybody that came from these countries, make sure they're vetted properly. Some of these countries don't have the proper systems in place to totally vet somebody, so we don't know who they really are.
His comments follow the growing criticism of Somali communities and Congresswoman Ilhan Omar. A Republican senator is backing Secretary of War Pete Hegseth as criticism grows over the U.S. strikes on alleged drug boats in the Caribbean. While appearing on Meet the Press, Arkansas Senator Tom Cotton said those boats are all valid targets.
Before our military conducts such a strike, they have multiple sources of intelligence.
Hegseth also defended the operation, saying the 80 people killed since September were terrorists. From America's News Network USA Radio News.
Business owners, are you paying high phone bills for old school systems and lousy service? StrongTel cuts your phone bills in half and turns every phone you own into a feature-rich business system. Sean Roddy, CEO of Hennings Brothers Drilling, had this to say. We've been a StrongTel customer for over 10 years. It's great. It even includes an intercom with video to our equipment yard. I can watch live from anywhere with my smartphone. I'd recommend StrongTel to anyone. Never miss a customer call again with your StrongTel business system. StrongTel is a proud iTex partner and always welcomes your iTex dollars. You'll get award-winning StrongTel service, a business-class phone system, and cut your phone bill in half. Visit StrongTel.com. That's StrongTel, StrongTel.com. It's StrongTel.
Did you miss an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive? Or just want to relive a little bit of the magic? Don't worry. You can download the Steve Summers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts. Don't miss a single second of the show that was recently named one of the best late-night shows in America. Make sure you like and subscribe to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive so you don't miss a single episode. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Available wherever you get your podcasts or online at overnightdriveradio.com.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
fuel additives.
Most fuel additives either impact performance or provide protection. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and fuel system protection. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
Have you been searching far and wide, looking to advertise your business on a brand that will help you reach the very clients you want to walk through your front door? Well, you know they've done studies that 100% of the time, it works every time. We're talking about the Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Let us go to work for your business. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive currently broadcasts in radio markets all over the United States and was recently named one of the top 50 best late-night shows and podcasts in America. Advertising on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive will maximize your ability to reach clients both on the air and through podcasting. Consider it the best of both worlds. Don't miss this chance to put your business on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive and expand your reach immediately. Before we go, I've got one question to ask you. Are you ready to get started? If so, email me, Ryan Wild at lubricationspecialties.com, and get started showing off your business today on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
A new day comes our way. Good to have you with us. Get the new week started here Monday. Trust you had a good weekend. As the sun continues to set earlier and earlier, as the winter solstice approaches, we are closing in on the shortest day of the year as far as daylight hours, right? In many places, the amount of daylight that we've lost since summer adds up to hours, of course. The winter solstice, though, coming around the corner, 10:03 a.m. Eastern, Sunday, December 21. That would be the moment the northern hemisphere is tilted furthest away from the sun. Of course, you have the seasonal counterpart to the summer solstice back in June. But how big that slide in daylight hours, sunrises, and the longer nights depends on where you live. In the southern U.S., it's obviously noticeable, but not as extreme. Places like Miami, Houston, Atlanta, lose about 3 to 4.5 hours less daylight versus what you had back in June. Miami, for example, the day shrinks from 13 hours and 45 minutes of daylight on the summer solstice to 10 hours and 31 minutes for the winter. Further north, things get more dramatic. New York City, Chicago, the difference between the solstices is on the order of 6 hours. And, of course, the northern tier of the lower 48, it's even more stark. Minneapolis, Portland, Oregon, the difference climbs to nearly 7 hours. In Seattle, there's about 7 hours and 34 minutes less daylight on the winter solstice versus the summer. All that missing daylight shows up on the other side of the clock, the longer nights. And that's because of the tilt of the Earth. Tilted on the axis by 23.5 degrees. All right, when do the days start getting longer? Well, the good news, for those tired of the shorter days, once that winter solstice makes that turning point, the days will slowly start to lengthen. It's very small at first, just a few seconds a day. But that's the first step back towards a longer evening as winter really begins to unfold. See what's going on with Plowboy. Back at it for another day.
Good morning, Steve.
Morning.
Yep. Getting this week off to one day off tomorrow. So, how'd everything go with the family goings on over the weekend?
We got everything's worked out. It'll be like an official farewell Tuesday at like 2:30. So.
Oh, okay. I just had that kind of on my mind. Been praying for y'all, but did I hear Ed and Grump say it'd be better off if you just stay with the weather? Is that what I kind of garnered? What they were telling?
I think that's what they were suggesting. Yeah, stick with something that I might know a little, at least something I know a little something about.
At least you can be 50-50 and blame it on a damn forecast that you just had to read, right?
Right.
Now, I'm going to have to be a little bit against what Big Ed said. We get beat. What was our score? Sooners 23-21 when they played at Alabama. We go to Alabama. We jump in the plane and we go over to Oklahoma. Their fans are not going to be nice to Alabama. So we can already hear the noisy stadium, and it's going to rumble like an earthquake whenever we have the ball. So I can't see where Alabama even stands a chance, and I don't even see where Alabama should be in it, especially with 10-3 record. I've said this, and I'll put it this way: I think Monkey Gatherer and myself, we ought to be on the couch watching it. The Tostitos Bowl somewhere, hell, anywhere, but we should not be in this top 12. Nowhere near close to it. Just especially when we beat Georgia in Athens first part of November, somewhere in there, and then we turn around and we get beat by them, and we only had one score against them. I mean, there's just something mixed up about this, but. And, yeah, I can't understand what's going on. And I'm an Alabama fan, but I just don't see where it's happening But what they were saying about the NIL money, I think I've said this before, and I can't say it enough. If they don't put their foot on it, Steve, they are going to push it off of anything free to watch. And it will all be pay-per-view, kind of like most of your boxing, most of your big-time wrestling is getting to be. That's my biggest fear. But now, did you happen to catch what came out of the White House over the weekend? Now, I think Roger Goodell needs to be on this chat. Did you see the Kennedy honorees being named?
I think that was.
Did you happen to catch that, Steve?
Was that last evening? No, I'm pretty sure I slept right through it.
George Strait, which I've always been a fan of George Strait. Kiss, Gloria Gaynor, if I pronounce it right, I hope. And Michael Crawford, I believe, was. But I'm just going off of what all been in honorees in years past, and I think it's finally the best timing, especially this year when the NFL is pushing down our throat. Bad Bunny. I think President Trump should have said Roger Goodell. Why couldn't you pick between these four versus that? But
right.
It's just amazing how what basically most of your listeners, my friends, and all of us has listened to, finally got honored this year. I think it's going to be on tomorrow, Tuesday night, if I'm not mistaken. I know I can't watch it, but I'll be on Hulu the next day. But I don't know. It just seemed like it was a good time. But there was also something else I'd seen that Pappy may be getting replaced. Have you seen where it's coming out of China where they're getting a whole bunch of their little bitty robots to learn how to be traffic cops, like directing traffic, garbage like that. And they're all going to be, I guess, AI-powered.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, and then I turn around and now we're even going to start, I think they're even talking about our military could have some autonomous fighters when it comes down to it. There are 2 or 3 things like that coming out in electronics because I don't know. But other than that, and you were, kind of had a brain fart, so I'll have to call back later. But I appreciate it, Steve. Thanks.
All right, thank you for chiming in. Yeah, I did see where, I guess, the Baseball Hall of Fame, right? Jeff Kent elected to baseball's Hall of Fame by the Contemporary Era Committee, while the steroids-tainted stars Barry Bonds and Roger Clemens were among 7 players falling short once again. Kent was on 14 of 16 ballots, 2 more than the 12 needed for that 75% minimum. Carlos Delgado received 9 votes, followed by Don Mattingly and Dale Murphy with 6 each. Bonds, Clemens, Gary Sheffield, Fernando Valenzuela each receiving less than 5 votes. Clemens' snub did not sit well with President Trump, though, apparently, as he took to Truth Social this past afternoon, saying it was the Obama Department of Justice, of course, that viciously went after the great Roger Clemens. Roger was fully acquitted of all charges. Trump's social media post over the weekend urging support for Clemens for the Hall of Fame. Roger Clemens, who won 354 games, went through his own witch hunt. He was acquitted of all charges. If he doesn't get into the Hall of Fame, he should sue the hell out of Major League Baseball, says the president. Either way, Kent will be inducted at the Hall in Cooperstown July 26, along with anyone chosen by the Baseball Writers Association, whose balloting will be announced on January 20th. Now, of course, a 5-time All-Star second baseman. He batted .290, 377 homers, 1,518 RBIs over 17 seasons with Toronto, the New York Mets from 92 to 96, Cleveland 96, San Francisco 1997 to 02. Then he also played for Houston and the L.A. Dodgers. 844-844-3388 here on the greatest day of the week. What do you say, Horse Feathers? How was your weekend?
Oh, who had a weekend? Yeah, I kind of, we had the weather didn't really do what the prediction was supposed to have been done for Friday night, Saturday morning and all that. It looked like all the weather was supposed to stay south and to the D.C. area and down that way, and it ended up coming north and going all the way into Saturday. It lasted from Friday into Saturday, so I actually held off finishing my Friday work and my Saturday work, and I went out there Saturday evening there to do all that, and so I got done Sunday morning there and got my 10 hours off and back at it, and I've already got the first load of the Monday done, and I'm working on my second Monday load now. But
wow.
but anyways, yeah. So yeah, not much weekend in there. So I don't know. Had a couple little things we did on the one day there, but as I say, we had kind of just a sloppy day all day long Saturday. Never warmed up like it was supposed to, and but Sunday morning did. By the time Saturday evening came around, it had warmed up a little bit, so that through the day Saturday and Saturday night there was good, and Sunday morning everything was pretty well gone that we had. So, but yeah, we'd had freezing fog and all those other good things there as well. So, kind of had a mix all the way from a little bit of moisture to through the freezing stuff into a good coating of snow. And I guess over on the Eastern Shore they had somewhere around 3 inches. So, but anyways, at this point with the warm up through Sunday and everything there, that's all pretty well gone at this point, I guess. But the point is about now with the temperatures going back down, so if there's any moisture left on the highways, you can find some icy spots and just kind of be aware of that. And they're saying for Tuesday morning around here, we're supposed to be below 20 degrees, at least for Baltimore. So that makes the outskirts there down into the teens, well into the teens. Yeah. So we'll see how cold that is. They might even be pushing, single digits there. You get up into Pennsylvania a little bit, and they could be single digits up there, closer to like Harrisburg and everything. So we'll have to see how all that goes. But yeah, we caught a little bit of the news there last night, and they were showing some of the sports and showed the Steelers had beat the Ravens, so that pretty much takes the Ravens out of contention. And said did you hear the Cincinnati Bengals lost, Your Honor? I don't know. Yes. I didn't know if you heard that.
I did catch that. Yes, I did.
And what happened to Ohio State there? I thought you were talking the way you were talking last week there. You said you didn't know what team was going to be playing for Ohio State, that they might be resting some of their better players so that, when they go on down the line, that they'd have their better play. What players did they have out on the field, Your Honor? Did they have their good players out, or did they have their second and third string out there against Indiana?
I don't think they were resting anybody, but, yep, that was they were not they didn't look like the Buckeyes that we've seen most of the season.
They didn't play up to their standards, apparently. That's definitely for sure. So, and what was the other one there? There was another one I saw. And I guess, I guess was it Cincinnati that lost to Buffalo? I don't know. I heard somebody, but I heard Buffalo won. So, but anyways, I don't know. Big Ed was talking about prices of things, and that's been my major thing here for quite a while, that, going to these professional games, and it's getting down to the point that even the minor league games, that you can't just go to a minor league stadium and, take the family and go and enjoy a day at a ball game, because if you can afford the tickets to get in and the parking for your car, well, then everybody wants something to eat, and then, now you're another couple $100 there with that. So it's gotten to the point that, but it's not just that, I don't know. You guys got a zoo, and do you have an aquarium there in Cincinnati?
Yeah, they do. Yeah,
and I know we have supposedly the National Aquarium here in Baltimore. I think it's $25, $30, $35 a ticket to get into this National Aquarium.
Yeah,
it's $25 to park. Where do they think people are get this money from? But I don't know. Is there a lot of money out there? Because didn't you say that we had a record-breaking Black Friday? Everybody went out and spent all kinds of money and had all kinds of money to spend.
Yep.
For Black Friday. So I don't know. It doesn't make sense that people claim they don't have money, but then all the prices are so high, but then you have the record spending. But anyway, so So anyways, I don't know. Not a whole lot other than that going on. As I say, I've been pretty busy doing my thing here and napping in between and haven't caught a whole lot. You said what? There's another storm coming here. We're supposed to have more snow to the south there, Virginia way and that?
Yes, today. Yes.
All right. Well, that'll be good. I'll be done early and let all that happen. I can get up and see what happened and decide what I'm doing tonight then. But anyways, I'm glad you're able to make all the arrangements you needed to for Uncle Fred, and hopefully. So is that gonna? If you're up during the day on Tuesday like that, are you gonna take Tuesday night and Wednesday morning off again then?
I don't think so. I think, this is just going to really be a real quick, probably won't be there 30 minutes.
Okay. All right. Well, we're all behind you. Whatever you need to do, you take care of you guys and your family first. And, we're all out here. Much as you support us, we're here to support you guys and all what needs to be done that way too.
Yep.
So, anyways, other than that, I guess it's kind of short and sweet this morning there, because as I say, just haven't really got a whole lot of other stuff going on yet, and we'll have to see what we get into for the week. And I don't know, maybe we'll come up with something interesting. But other than that, we'll let you go, and you can do some due diligence, can't you?
See if we can come up with a more intelligent caller. Is that the drill? Yes, we've been there, done that.
Did you miss an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive? Or just want to relive a little bit of the magic? Don't worry. You can download the Steve Summers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts. Don't miss a single second of the show that was recently named one of the best late-night shows in America. Make sure you like and subscribe to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive so you don't miss a single episode. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Available wherever you get your podcasts or online at overnightdriveradio.com.
Truckers, meet the SpeedMax Pro Max, the tire built for serious hauls and serious peace of mind. With rugged construction and performance you can count on, Pro Max is made for the long road ahead. And here's the best part. It comes with an 8-year warranty. That's right, 8 years of confidence, mile after mile. Ask SpeedMax. Drive far. Drive strong. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com. Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Like the men and women who power America, the people at Hot Shot Secret work hard and play harder. We're the fastest growing diesel and oil additive brand in the country. We solve problems. We protect engines. We save you money. And more importantly, time. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
All right, rolling toward news break, top of the hour. Plenty of room for you on a Monday at 844-844-3388. Rest of the story, Minnesota, the latest to pause the issuance of non-domiciled CDLs after the Department of Transportation accused the state of illegally issuing 1 in 3 non-domiciled CDLs. Secretary Duffy said Minnesota stands to lose $30.4 million in highway funding following the federal audit that found 1/3 of their non-domiciled CDLs reviewed by the FMCSA were issued illegally. Minnesota DVS says the state currently has 2,117 non-domiciled CDL holders. The DOT gave Minnesota 30 days to pause issuance of non-domiciled CDLs and to identify all unexpired non-domiciled CDLs that fail to comply with the regulations if they want to avoid losing those federal funds. Now, Minnesota DVS admitted to finding some administrative errors in the issuance of non-domiciled CDLs, but they said they have responded by notifying customers who were ineligible that their CDL privileges were canceled. Now, they also disputed some of the claims made by federal officials and notes that the FMCSA's new rules have indeed been challenged in the courts. And right now, that's where things kind of stand. Thousands of truck drivers' jobs, at least temporarily, have been changed after the federal court granted the Trump administration's request to hold the restriction lawsuit in abeyance, as they put it. So more on that to come next hour. Don't buy or lease another truck without first calling TEL. New trucks as low as $500 down. Call TEL at 866-404-6289.
Did you miss an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive? Or just want to relive a little bit of the magic? Don't worry. You can download the Steve Summers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts. Don't miss a single second of the show that was recently named one of the best late-night shows in America. Make sure you like and subscribe to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive so you don't miss a single episode. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Available wherever you get your podcasts or online at overnightdriveradio.com.
Truckers, meet the SpeedMax Pro Max, the tire built for serious hauls and serious peace of mind. With rugged construction and performance you can count on, Pro Max is made for the long road ahead. And here's the best part. It comes with an 8-year warranty. That's right, 8 years of confidence, mile after mile. Ask SpeedMax. Drive far. Drive strong. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com. Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Like the men and women who power America, the people at Hot Shot Secret work hard and play harder. We're the fastest growing diesel and oil additive brand in the country. We solve problems. We protect engines. We save you money. And more importantly, time. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. Border Czar Tom Homan is defending the immigration crackdown in Minneapolis, telling CNN's State of the Union the effort is not unfairly targeting Somali immigrants.
There's numerous countries that President Trump, is looking at everybody that came from these countries, make sure they're vetted properly. Some of these countries don't have the proper systems in place to totally vet somebody, so we don't know who they really are.
His comments follow the growing criticism of Somali communities and Congresswoman Ilhan Omar. A Republican senator is backing Secretary of War Pete Hegseth as criticism grows over the U.S. strikes on alleged drug boats in the Caribbean. While appearing on Meet the Press, Arkansas Senator Tom Cotton said those boats are all valid targets.
Before our military conducts such a strike, they have multiple sources of intelligence.
Hegseth also defended the operation, saying the 80 people killed since September were terrorists. Crowds gathered outside the White House yesterday protesting possible U.S. military action against Venezuela.
Every day I wake up, I don't know about you, I wake up and say, did Trump bomb Venezuela last night? And every day that it doesn't happen, I think we have another day to fight this administration.
Demonstrators call for an end to the buildup of American forces in that region. The protests come as questions continue over the legality of President Trump's order to target alleged drug traffickers in Caribbean waters. Israeli officials say the body of a hostage returned by Hamas on Wednesday is a man from Thailand.
The 42-year-old Thai national was working at a settlement in southern Israel in October of 2023 when he was reportedly murdered by Hamas militants. Hamas said his body was located in northern Gaza Wednesday morning and was handed over to the Red Cross to be returned. The Israeli Prime Minister's office says just one more slain hostage remains in Gaza, the body of a police officer who was killed while battling militants during the October the 7th attack, and that they are working tirelessly to bring him back for burial. I'm Mark Mayfield.
From America's News Network USA Radio News.
Business owners, are you paying high phone bills for old school systems and lousy service? StrongTel cuts your phone bills in half and turns every phone you own into a feature-rich business system. Sean Roddy, CEO of Hennings Brothers Drilling, had this to say. We've been a StrongTel customer for over 10 years. It's great. It even includes an intercom with video to our equipment yard. I can watch live from anywhere with my smartphone. I'd recommend StrongTel to anyone. Never miss a customer call again with your StrongTel business system. StrongTel is a proud iTex partner and always welcomes your iTex dollars. You'll get award-winning StrongTel service, a business-class phone system, and cut your phone bill in half. Visit StrongTel.com. That's StrongTel, StrongTel.com. It's StrongTel.
Democrats in Congress will get the vote they were promised on the Affordable Care Act tax credits later this week.
These credits were the key issue that led to the longest government shutdown in U.S. history, which ended after Republican Senate Majority Leader John Thune promised Democrats would get a vote on the issue. Since then, Republicans admit they've been struggling to craft legislation that would get enough votes to fix the core issue of rising medical costs. A vote in the Senate's expected on Thursday. It's unlikely a proposal from Senate Minority Leader Chuck Schumer will get enough Republican support. I'm Scott Carr in Washington.
A Utah father was charged with attempted murder after police say he stabbed a man 17 times, claiming the victim made comments about his young daughter. Officers say he admitted he intended to kill the man. Somber ceremonies were held around the nation to mark the 84th anniversary of the attack of Pearl Harbor.
Somber ceremonies were held around the nation to mark the 84th anniversary of the attack on Pearl Harbor. A dozen World War II veterans and one survivor of the Japanese attack on December 7, 1941 on the U.S. Naval Base attended Sunday's event in Hawaii.
Today we honor the 2,400 Americans who gave their lives at Pearl Harbor, their devotion to duty, their sacrifice, their heroism, and their valor. It is not forgotten.
Along with speeches and wreath-laying ceremonies, American flags were flown at half-staff to honor the service members and civilians killed in the attack that sparked America's entry into World War II. I'm Lisa Carton.
And I'm Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
iLocal.net is offering a free website analysis to improve the online presence of your business. Business owners across the U.S. turn to iLocal.net to improve their search engine rankings. Search engines are constantly changing their algorithms. You need the professionals who know how to use those changes to benefit your business. Don't hope for new customers. Get found and be chosen. Visit iLocal.net/go for your free website analysis. iLocal.net/go.
Increase fuel economy up to 7.9% with Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme. The solution to maximize your engine's performance and fuel economy. Whether you're driving a sports car or a daily commuter, Gasoline Extreme is specially formulated with PEA to deep clean. Don't settle for an average driving experience. Upgrade to Hot Shot Secret Gasoline Extreme and go further on each tank. Order now on Amazon or HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
All right, another hour comes our way as we you get the new week off and rolling? Trust you had an enjoyable weekend. Finding a way to stay warm, right? Yeah, speaking of not being warm, a place I would not want to be is Mount Washington. Now, famous for having some of the harshest weather on the planet. And last Thursday night, the New Hampshire peak once again lived up to that reputation. Temperatures on the summit plunged to 20 below zero. But the cold was only part of the story. Hurricane-force winds roaring across the mountain, creating conditions very few people ever experience firsthand. Factoring in wind gusts that frequently exceeded 80 miles per hour, the wind chill bottomed out at 73 below zero. Wind speeds were even more extreme at times. The highest gust that night was 120 miles per hour. Strong enough to rival a Category 3 hurricane. Now, those brutal conditions tied to that storm that was sweeping across the Northeast. Mount Washington sits higher than any other peak across New England, so there's nothing that can slow down the powerful winds in the middle and upper levels of the atmosphere. And when storms pass overhead, they frequently feature very strong winds there. No doubt about it. The observatory that sits atop the 6,288-foot summit, where weather observers document the mountain's famously hostile environment year-round. Some of their instruments have recorded some of the most dramatic weather ever measured in the USA. It was April 12 of 1934. The summit recorded a world record wind speed of 231 miles per hour. That benchmark that stands still today as the strongest wind ever observed at a staffed weather station. 230 miles per hour. All right, we've done our due diligence. See what Knucklebuster has on his mind. Hello there.
Morning, Mr. Steve Summers. She's 200-something mile an hour. That's a hell of a speeding ticket, isn't it?
Yeah, no doubt.
Well, I don't know if I'm more intelligent, but I know horse feathers is cold. What's the temperature at the Hot Shot Secret bunker?
Right at the freezing mark, 32 degrees.
More intelligent, I don't know, but a lot warmer. I'm at 56 degrees right now. It'll be a 69 for a high tomorrow in Vegas out here. Does that make me more intelligent? No, just a hell of a lot warmer, right?
That's for sure, warmer.
Yeah. Well, I'm going to agree with horse feathers. You take care of your family first and quit worrying about this show for tonight, or tomorrow night anyway there. God got it right, Steve. Them longer nights are good for making babies there, so just keep it up. How many times did you hear your mama tell you this when you were growing up, Steve? You can catch a cold from going outside in the coat. You can catch a cold from having wet hair going outside in the coat. You can catch a cold from being cold. You can catch a cold only from an actual virus, a germ.
Yes, sir.
Refrain from touching your eyes, nose, and ears. Refrain from shaking hands. Use hand sanitizer. Wipe your hands off. It's full of dead germs after you use sanitizer. And then as soon as you get a chance, go wash your hands, people. That's the best thing to do. Let's get a simplified shout-out, Truck and Field, Captain Ron, Donut Man, all the Marine Corps brothers and sisters, and, of course, as always, our gracious host, Mr. Steve Summers. I'll probably be going to bed on you here for a little while, so let's get some Seville products bought, some Hot Shot Secret products bought, and y'all call Steve. We don't want it more than Monday. Call him at 844-844-3388. Just don't call him any dirty names there, right? Steve, I could actually care what both sides of my family think of me. I'm not impressed by the way they turned out either there, right?
Yeah, I hear you.
Well, yeah. Well, the only ones I care about who would think about me will be my daughters and my grandbabies, so that's just a thing for me. Steve, do you know who William Shatner is?
Well, yeah, Captain Kirk.
Yeah, he tried to start a line of women's lingerie.
Right.
Yeah, apparently Shatner Panties was not a good name.
Uh-huh.
Shatner Panties?
I gotcha.
Steve, you got a good show going on, brother, there, and condolences to your family there, and we'll keep listening for as long as I can stay awake anyway, right? So. All right, have a great morning, brother.
All right, thanks for checking in there. Enjoy those warmer temperatures. I'd much rather have 59 degrees outside the secret bunker. All right, a couple of other, let me see. We were talking earlier about, obviously, the NIL, and I guess, indeed, there is at least some NIL money that will be coming into high school sports. And what I was seeing as far as, Ohio joining a number of other states, there's going to be a lot of restrictions compared to college. But when they say the positive side is, we're getting like high school seniors ready for what they will deal with when they get into their college, with, I guess, trying to get them an early start, knowing how the ins and outs and all this stuff works. But let's see. Karina and Eric said, as far as Grump's concerned, he said, why is it okay for him to make money on these college games, but the players who play the game shouldn't? I believe sports betting has actually affected the game more than the NIL. Then I also wish we could find out some way where some of the listeners can maybe do their picks next season. Well, that would be something I'm pretty sure that wouldn't be very difficult to set up a page, whether it's my Facebook page or we could set up our own kind of a Facebook college football picks for the overnight drive listening audience kind of thing. That could be done. Not a bad suggestion. See who's the true prognosticator of prognosticators. Hello to Spinnerbait. There's a name I haven't heard in quite some time. He said, I haven't spoke with you since you've been sitting in this new chair, but also I haven't missed a show. I think we mentioned about losing our friends in the past. Some of our regulars had passed away. That's the problem with getting old, Steve. You outlive your friends. I shook hands with a friend just last week, and I see where he's gone now. Fuzzy Zeller's gone. Now, there was a good man. But as far as the show goes, keep it up. I appreciate it. I used to drive by listening to you. Now I kind of use your program to put me to bed. But I love the show. Thank you so much. Have a good night. All right. Thank you, Spinnerbait. So I talk you to sleep, huh? High school NIL. Dale said, yes, Alea Chavez, which I'm not real, had significant NIL deals while still in high school at Monterey High, most notably a major shoe deal with Nike announced in October of this year, making her one of the first top recruits to secure such a deal before going to college. Monterey High School is Lubbock, Texas, he says. All right. Like Grump said, where does it end? Do we need to start training them at Pee Wee camp? This is the way it works. Hello, Gary. Good Monday, 32 degrees, Southwest Ohio. Drummer Girl. Good morning. It snowed as far north as Quakertown, PA. Great Monday. I just broke down. Had a lightning bolt come on, and the motor won't go over 1,000 RPMs. It's a 2016 Mack Pinnacle. The automatic transmission would not go into neutral. Great way to start your week there, huh? All right, quickly, and Grump responding to Katrina and Eric on the whole NIL thing. He said, my bets are normally like $5. I parlay several teams together. If I win, it's more luck than knowledge, and sports betting it's been around forever, as has other games of chance, which is what it is. But the problem with the NIL money is it's limitless. Little to no structure on how it's distributed or the influence that it buys. Now, yes, there has been instances of someone throwing a game or a fight because of bets. That's completely different, though, when a financial entity can actually offer to sponsor a player or players to play at a certain school or pay them to leave mid-season, play at a different school. Championships are going to go to the highest bidder. Players could care less about an education. They're caring more about a paycheck. There we break it down. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Did you miss an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive? Or just want to relive a little bit of the magic? Don't worry. You can download the Steve Summers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts. Don't miss a single second of the show that was recently named one of the best late-night shows in America. Make sure you like and subscribe to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive so you don't miss a single episode. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Available wherever you get your podcasts or online at overnightdriveradio.com.
Truckers, meet the SpeedMax Pro Max, the tire built for serious hauls and serious peace of mind. With rugged construction and performance you can count on, Pro Max is made for the long road ahead. And here's the best part. It comes with an 8-year warranty. That's right, 8 years of confidence, mile after mile. Ask SpeedMax. Drive far. Drive strong. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com. Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
Like the men and women who power America, the people at Hot Shot Secret work hard and play harder. We're the fastest growing diesel and oil additive brand in the country. We solve problems. We protect engines. We save you money. And more importantly, time. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Have you been searching far and wide, looking to advertise your business on a brand that will help you reach the very clients you want to walk through your front door? Well, you know they've done studies that 100% of the time, it works every time. We're talking about the Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Let us go to work for your business. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive currently broadcasts in radio markets all over the United States and was recently named one of the top 50 best late-night shows and podcasts in America. Advertising on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive will maximize your ability to reach clients both on the air and through podcasting. Consider it the best of both worlds. Don't miss this chance to put your business on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive and expand your reach immediately. Before we go, I've got one question to ask you. Are you ready to get started? If so, email me, Ryan Wild at lubricationspecialties.com, and get started showing off your business today on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Meanwhile, what was home to one of the largest nuclear disasters in history. The Chernobyl meltdown. Word from the New York Post over the weekend saying the protective shield that they had built, this dome over Chernobyl to contain the radioactive material, can no longer contain the radioactive material after being crippled in a drone strike. The shield, called the New Safe Confinement at Chernobyl, was severely damaged by a February 14th drone strike, according to the International Atomic Energy Agency. Ukraine accused Russia of carrying out the strike, which the Kremlin denied. But the NSC, the confinement dome, has lost its primary safety functions, including confinement capability. This massive $2.3 billion arch-shaped structure that was built in 2019 to seal the radioactive material and seal out wind, snow, rain from Chernobyl's number 4 reactor. Weighs some 36,000 tons, 345 feet tall, 540 feet long. It's named one of the 50 most influential projects of the past 50 years by the Project Management Institute. It was built to last 100 years. The drone strike also caused a major fire, which damaged the outer coating of the steel structure that was constructed to contain the radioactive remains. I guess they did an inspection, found that the shield's load-bearing structures and monitoring systems were not damaged. Not clear at this point how much of a threat this is going to be to the surrounding environment or the Ukrainian capital of Kyiv, which is about 80 miles away. Now, a major issue, they say, does not appear imminent, but one of the worst nuclear accidents in history, the reactor meltdown in April of 1986 in what was then the Soviet Union, that was caused by a flawed design and inadequately trained personnel that led to a steam explosion and resulting fires that released at least 5% of the radioactive core into the surrounding environment there. 2 Chernobyl plant workers were killed in the immediate impact of the explosion. 28 more died in the coming weeks. More than 350,000 people displaced by that meltdown. But see what's going on with Philip on a Monday. Hello, Philip.
Hey, buddy. How you doing today?
Greatest day of the week. Here it is again.
Absolutely. A couple days before hump day, so you know how that is. If you get a chance, there is a video series on how they built that shield for Chernobyl.
Oh, yeah?
And just let everybody know, 3 days after that happened, some of that radioactive stuff that was in the air ended up over here. I don't think too many people understood that one, but it was here. And, it took a lot to build that piece, and they literally built it on tracks and rolled it over top of that reactor. It's a pretty interesting video. If anybody just look that up about that containment building being built. They've got video of it, and it was time-lapsed and everything, how they did it. And it's pretty interesting if you're into that kind of stuff. But I don't understand why Ukraine would do it to themselves to hurt their environment. And I don't understand really why Russia would do it, because if they're trying to take all this land in this deal, Steve, they want to get, if they fought the war and got Ukraine, they would have that land. What would they do with that land?
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? I mean, they're saying that it takes 1,000 years for that radioactivity to go away. Well, our lifespans are not that 1,000 years, and there's no way that we could live that long to even see the end outcome of it. So, it's just one of those, why would somebody hit that place with a drone? Sure, they destroyed the big cargo airplane that everybody loved. Sure, they've destroyed a lot of things in Ukraine that were detrimental for the country's, prosperity. But what the heck, man? So, but I got a little interesting story about you, Steve. So, you ever did that where you just you smelled something, you can't understand what it smells like? It's like, what is that? Well, my wife went to the park, Disney Park, on Thursday with my daughter. I worked on Thursday at Disney.
Mm-hmm.
They all came home Thursday night. My wife got out of the truck and said, hey, there's something smells like propane around this truck. I don't know what it is. I can't understand it. Is it the Freon from the air conditioner? Is it the evap from the gas tank? We don't know what it was, right? So we're like puzzled. Well, we're all tired, so we just go to bed. No big deal. Get up Friday morning, go to work at the store. Normal day at the store, end that off. Had to do some work on the old Honda, by the way, and I did the work on the Honda, got that done. I'm like, every time I would walk by this truck, it would just drive me insane, Steve. I'm smelling this smell. It smells sort of like propane. Had a couple of neighbors come over and say, yeah, but dude, you got a propane leak in your house or something? I don't have no gas in my house. Everything's electric.
Yeah.
The only propane I got's on my grill, and those tanks are confined. Well, my neighbor next door, who is a Volusia County sheriff, comes over and he goes, hey, I know what it is. Like, what's that? You got something dead up inside that truck. You mean I've hit an animal or something? He's like, yeah. He said, man, look underneath there. Well, sure enough, me and my wife, we get down our hands and knees and we look underneath the truck, and under the frame of the truck on one of the out holes by the subframe is sticking a little mouse sticking out of it. So look underneath there, and I thought it was a possum.
Yeah. Okay. Well, hold the thought, because we got to take care of our bottom of the hour break here. For 2 decades, Transport Enterprise Leasing has helped owner-operators grow their business with trusted leasing and financing options. Learn more at tel360.com.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. Border Czar Tom Homan is defending the immigration crackdown in Minneapolis, telling CNN's State of the Union the effort is not unfairly targeting Somali immigrants.
There's in numerous countries that President Trump's, is looking at everybody that came from these countries, make sure they're vetted properly. Some of these countries don't have the proper systems in place to totally vet somebody, so we don't know who they really are.
His comments follow the growing criticism of Somali communities and Congresswoman Ilhan Omar. A Republican senator is backing Secretary of War Pete Hegseth as criticism grows over the U.S. strikes on alleged drug boats in the Caribbean. While appearing on Meet the Press, Arkansas Senator Tom Cotton said those boats are all valid targets.
Before our military conducts such a strike, they have multiple sources of intelligence.
Hegseth also defended the operation, saying the 80 people killed since September were terrorists. From America's News Network USA Radio News.
So right now may be the perfect time for you to rethink how you pay for health care. And here's why. This time of year is decision time for a lot of people, but it's also when you can join Medi-Share and save even more than usual. For many families, joining Medi-Share means saving about $500 a month, which is a game changer for a lot of people. More than 1 million people are part of healthcare sharing now because it just makes so much sense right now. And Medi-Share is the gold standard. Members like it a lot. We know this from member surveys. Medi-Share has been around for over 30 years. It is a proven thing. And if you join before December 15th and you mention the promo code SHARE, they'll waive your application fee. So you save $100 right off the bat. I'll give you the number here in a second, but just call. You'll get a price within 2 minutes. And again, the deadline's December 15th. Call now. You'll save even more. Here's the number. It's 855-SHARE-40. That's 855-SHARE-40. 855-SHARE-40.
Have you been searching far and wide, looking to advertise your business on a brand that will help you reach the very clients you want to walk through your front door? Well, they've done studies that 100% of the time, it works every time. We're talking about the Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Let us go to work for your business. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive currently broadcasts in radio markets all over the United States and was recently named one of the top 50 best late-night shows and podcasts in America. Advertising on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive will maximize your ability to reach clients both on the air and through podcasting. Consider it the best of both worlds. Don't miss this chance to put your business on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive and expand your reach immediately. Before we go, I've got one question to ask you. Are you ready to get started? If so, email me, Ryan Wild at lubricationspecialties.com, and get started showing off your business today on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
TEL's Independent Owner-Operator Program gives you the power to operate under your own authority or choose the carrier you want to run for. Drive a new truck with full factory warranties, solo or team. TEL has a lease that fits your business. Call us at 866-404-6289 or visit tel360.com and use promo code OVERNIGHT100.
Winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. Avoid fuel gelling by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense, a 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that improves cold weather performance. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens and increases fuel economy. Be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense, available at Pilot Flying J, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
Did you miss an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive? Or just want to relive a little bit of the magic? Don't worry. You can download the Steve Summers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts. Don't miss a single second of the show that was recently named one of the best late-night shows in America. Make sure you like and subscribe to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive so you don't miss a single episode. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive, available wherever you get your podcasts or online at overnightdriveradio.com.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now, 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
Rolling into a brand new day. Trust you had a good weekend. Get back to Philip hanging in there. So, yeah, indeed, you had a dead critter under the frame of the vehicle.
Yes, it did. And seen this little mouse sticking out of the frame, and put the truck up on the ramps. It took me an hour, Steve, to get this little guy out. And with a screwdriver, pair of pliers, a couple other things, tried to get him out, and then I disposed of him and cleaned the vehicle up. And we don't know whether she picked it up off the road or she picked it up when she went to the park, where she picked it up at. There's no telling where this guy hopped on at. But the point I want to make about it is, when you smell an unusual smell around your vehicle that is not typical, you're going to get on your hands and knees and you're going to check it out. Because I tell you what, if it hadn't have been for my neighbor who was a cop next door telling me, he's like, dude, I've smelled enough dead in my time, 30 years in the sheriff department.
Right.
He said, that is something dead underneath there. And it was funny. It smelled like it had that hint of like propane.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm thinking to myself, there is no propane on this truck. Nothing's propane powered on this truck. It's just a Chevy Trailblazer. It's nothing crazy, but let me tell you what, this thing was maybe about 6 to 8 inches long, and getting it out of that frame, it was insane. And then it was getting dark on me too, so I had to get underneath there with flashlight and do everything with a flashlight. And it was, I tell you what, I've done a lot of things for my wife over the 30 plus years I've been married to her, but I'm gonna tell her. I told her, I said, I ain't digging no more rats out of your car now. This ain't gonna happen.
Right.
So I said, next time you're gonna have to dig the rat out, not me. So, but it was a crazy situation. I kept walking by this thing all day with that when I was working on my Honda, because I had to do some intake work on my Honda, and I was like, man, what in the hell is that smell? I mean, that's what I kept saying to myself. What is that smell?
Mm-hmm.
So it just drives you nuts. And then took one person 2 seconds to figure out what it was. And he didn't even get underneath there and look at it. He said, look underneath there. You'll find something, I'll bet you. And sure enough, we did, and I'll tell you what, I had some crazy things, but in semis, I hit deer with my Honda. I hit a deer with it, wiped the front end out. They completely rebuilt the front on the car. I hit a deer one time in a semi in a Volvo, and I had deer felt from the front of the truck all the way back to the back axle on the 48-foot trailer, and I had never, ever seen anything. It's funny when stuff dies, how it gives like a smell. It's it's a gas smell, comes out. So, but that's all I got tonight, buddy. And you have a good one, and thanks for having me.
All right, Philip, thank you for checking in. Very interesting. There you go. All right, it is that time once again. The search for the 42nd Goodyear Highway Hero has begun. Goodyear started their annual recognition of professional drivers who go beyond their daily responsibilities to protect others in 1983. So now through January 31st, Goodyear is accepting nominations for drivers who've demonstrated exceptional courage while on the job. Eligible nominees must hold a valid commercial driver's license, operate qualifying commercial vehicles, including long-haul trucks, vocational vehicles, infrastructure trucks, and non-life-saving emergency vehicles with rim sizes greater than 19 inches. The Heroic Act must have occurred between January 1 and December 31 of this year while the driver was on duty in the U.S. or Canada. Submissions will be reviewed and approved by Goodyear before a panel of judges then select the winner and up to 2 finalists. They said they will announce the winner, who will receive a cash prize and ride aboard the iconic Goodyear blimp early next year. Finalists will also receive cash prizes for their courageous actions. A J.B. Hunt driver, Adam Medley of Wisconsin, was named Goodyear's Highway Hero for 2025. He was on a county road in Green Lake, Wisconsin, when he noticed something on the road in the distance. It was about 2 a.m, so he thought it could have been anything, from wildlife to garbage. I knew something was wrong, but it was dark. So I wasn't sure if someone lost a trash bag or something fell out of someone's boat or something like that. Once I got close enough to see, I thought, deer don't wear denim. I realized what he'd seen was actually a person lying in the road. He safely pulled over, helped the individual off the road. He also called local police, who took control of the situation upon arrival. In a moment where every second counted, Adam put the safety and well-being of others first. According to the chief operating officer at JB, his actions exemplified integrity, selflessness, and we're excited that Goodyear recognized him as this year's Highway Hero Award winner. So there you go, 42 years now and counting. Well, good morning, Pappy. What's happening?
What's going on, Steve? Rolling squares, man. Getting ready for the next couple nights.
Yep.
Hey, man, I'll tell you what. I got one up there on Phillip there, going back a few years. I was walking around in the house, I'm like, man, what the hell is that damn smell? and couldn't figure it out. It was like coming from the kitchen area. I thought, maybe, man, I don't know, cook something. It wasn't like it was just a smell, right?
Yeah.
Well, then it was getting worse. I'm like, man, somebody got a dead mouse somewhere, you know? And looked and couldn't find it. And one day, man, I'm like, what the hell is going on in my kitchen? Steve, there was a raccoon that got up in my attic, and this is a big coon. Got up in my attic and got all the way down in the corner. I guess he couldn't get out, and died up there.
Yeah.
And man, Steve, it was so bad. I went up in the attic to try to get it, and as soon as I cracked that hatch to get up there, you could just smell it, and it was bad. I mean, it was bad. And so I couldn't crawl on my belly far enough down there to get my hands on this thing to try to drag it out because it was way down, like almost in the soffit. Steve, I had to go out and cut a hole in the damn roof, man, to get that thing out.
Wow.
That's how bad it was. I should have called somebody, I guess. But, man, it was bad. The thing was, half of it was just melted in the liquid.
Yeah. Ugh, yuck.
Yeah. I guess I can say this now. Yesterday, December 7th, 1941, Steve, I thought I heard something in the news that the last Pearl Harbor survivor just passed away recently, within like a week or two. So, getting old, man. My dad had a buddy that was at Pearl Harbor. He lived down in Savannah, Georgia. We used to stop by there and see him every time we went to Florida when I was a teenager. And I was like a little kid in the candy store when I heard him and my old man get together, tell their old stories. Man, Steven, I'll tell you what, man, I must be getting soft in my old age. I don't know what the hell is going on. So I'm watching this, and I've seen this before many years ago. It was a documentary on the JFK assassination, and another one right behind it about the Oklahoma City bombing. And I think it was one day in November, and it was like a 3 or 4 1-hour documentary on the day of November 22nd. So they showed the funeral, and this is all real footage. None of it's, reenacted. And when they left the church and brought the casket out and walked him down the steps, and you got, Steve, all these military. I mean, you've seen the photos of the horse-drawn carriage and the general standing around. And Jacqueline comes down the stairs, and she's standing at the bottom of the steps, and she whispers something to little Johnny there, and he reaches out and pops a salute to his dad as they're loading him up on that horse-drawn carriage, man. The guy that was talking about it, his name was Clint Hill. He was a Secret Service agent responsible for protecting the Mrs. First Lady. And he was the one that you seen in the Sabruder film jumping up on the back of the limousine after Kennedy was shot. And long interview with him. He kind of helped narrate it throughout the whole documentary. And, he was just like, man, all these generals been through World War II, Korea War. He said there wasn't a dry eye in the house. I don't know why that got to me, this. And then I'm watching the Oklahoma bombing. And again, Steve, this was all real archives video, that they had. I mean, this happened in April of 95, right? So it's pretty recent. And I don't know if you remember, but there was a daycare center in the Murrah building. Refresh your memory about the Murrah building is that it was a federal building, a lot of federal agents. You had the FBI, ATF, Secret Service, and a couple other federal departments in that building. And they had a daycare center for the employees and a daycare center for other people too. And man, Steve, they had this cameraman following this guy walking out with this 5-6-year-old little boy. And then one of the nurses there that was, helping with the documentary, giving some narration, he hands this little boy, who's not, he's injured, he's bloodied up, but he's awake and conscious. He's not screaming like he's in pain. He's obviously like in shock. But thank God he wasn't severely injured. You didn't really know it at the time. But anyway, what I'm getting at is she went to lay this boy down on a cot on the ground. And I saw it. I saw his little black boy, reached up and grabbed a hold of this nurse and would not let her go. And she was describing it too, that when she bent down to put him on the cot, he just wouldn't let her go. And then a teacher came up and recognized him and said his name and kind of calmed him down a little bit. And she was like, did anybody bring his brother? He's got a twin brother. And man, your heart sinks like, oh, hell no, right? And about 5 minutes later, here comes a guy carrying his brother in the same way. He's banged up, he's bloodied up, but he's going to be all right, man. And I'll tell you what, I'm just getting emotional in my old age, Steve. What the hell's the matter with me, man? It really got to me. But yeah, man, that brought back old memories too. That burned. That was they went on through the whole thing on how the investigation, how they ended up snatching up, how they found Timothy Bay. The whole thing was they found the axle of that Ryder truck blocks away.
Yep.
The only thing left of that Ryder truck. Yeah. They got the VIN number off of it. Came back to a Ryder company out of state. They actually went there, talked to the people. Timothy McVeigh gave a different name, but they sent a sketch artist down to talk to him and drew up a pretty good picture of what he looked like. And then something else happened. The Good Samaritan turned him in, and they matched up his name when they went to the motel or something. He actually used his real name. Then they did a little investigative work and found that he was using the same name that he got the Ryder truck info on to. It was pretty cool. 11. This wasn't put out. We talked about this when I went to bomb school down in Huntsville, Alabama, HDS. 11 55-gallon drums of Ampho. Steve is what he used. Think of a 55-gallon drum, right? And Steve, we do 5-pound shots. We'll take a 5-pound shot of Anfo, put it in the middle of the car, and it'll destroy that car and split a car in half, separate it. I got photos. A 5-pound will just totally destroy a car almost. We'll split it in half because we've done it. So a 55-gallon drum of that stuff, and he took 11 of them and had them in that Ryder truck. And supposedly the way he knew a little bit about what he was doing because he made a little shape charge out of it, kind of had them drums set in a V shape, right? Facing towards the front of the building, which created a shape charge, so to speak, kind of directed the charge towards the front of that building. And took dynamite. I think he used det cord and dynamite as a booster to get that Anfo to go off. And supposedly, I guess, when he was captured, he told him that he used a time fuse, like in the old cowboy days where you see him holding a stick of dynamite and they light the fuse, right, and then throw it. He used time fuse to set it off, and he figured out how many feet of time fuse he needed to light it and get several blocks away before it went off. The one thing he wasn't thinking about, he lit that time fuse about a block away before he even got to the Murrah building and hit a traffic light. Now he's freaking out because he got this traffic light, and smoke from the time fuse is building up in the cab of this Ryder truck. Now he's freaking out, thinking people are going to see the smoke coming out of the windows. It's pretty crazy. And it was a civilian that actually was able to capture Lee Harvey Oswald. If it wasn't for this guy stepping up and calling the police, what they did is there was people that said, hey, man, these shots came from the 6th floor of the school book depository building, right? So the police went in there, searched the place, and then they rounded up all the employees of everybody that was there that day. Mm-hmm. Well, guess who was missing? Oswald worked there. He was the only one missing. So Oswald was like 5'7", 150 pounds. It's soaking wet, maybe. So he was kind of a smaller guy. That's how they were able to put out that description of him as a possible suspect. Well, then J.D. Tippit was a Dallas police officer who came across him several blocks away. And when he went to approach him and say, hey, man, Oswald pulled out a revolver and shot him 6 times and killed him. Oswald took off, went about a couple blocks. Obviously now all the police, Dallas Police Department's heading towards this scene. There's a shoe store owner. Said this kid comes walking into his shop. He's out of breath. You could tell he was running. Just didn't seem right. He's only in there for a second, maybe more a second. You know, he's only in there for maybe a minute or two, acting weird. He leaves the shop. The owner of that shop watches him walk across the street and go into the Ford Theater, whatever that theater that was down there where he went in. And he went over to the theater, said something to the lady that sells the tickets, and she goes, he didn't buy no ticket. And he's like, man, there's something up with this dude. You need to call the police. And when they showed up, he told them what was up, and they're like, oh, man, we might have the dude, right? That just shot Tippit anyway. And he went into the theater, pointed Oswald out to the police, and the rest is history. So citizens can really make a big difference sometimes when it comes to crazy-ass crimes like that. Heard any more about the Bongino? I know I'm just rattling on here, Steve. Heard anything more about this Bongino arrest, man, with this pipe bomber?
I have not seen much of anything further on that, no. But I can't. Let me take that back.
Mm-hmm.
Apparently, he did confess to planning them during his interrogation, like a 4-hour interrogation. He confessed.
See, something weird's going on here, man. Now, let me add, you might not remember, because I know I send you a lot of emails. And I didn't want to say this out over the air. At least 6 months ago. Do you remember me sending you that email saying, hey, this person is autistic?
Yes, it was in regards to the officer, the female.
Yes. There was information that the pipe bomber was autistic. And what I was being told is that this officer was hired and given a low, very low level security position, right?
And they were kind of like, going to take the fall or whatever. They were trying to set her up kind of. And we got to pause there. As we roll up on the midnight hour on the West Coast, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Have you been searching far and wide, looking to advertise your business on a brand that will help you reach the very clients you want to walk through your front door? Well, you know they've done studies that 100% of the time, it works every time. We're talking about the Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Let us go to work for your business. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive currently broadcasts in radio markets all over the United States and was recently named one of the top 50 best late-night shows and podcasts in America. Advertising on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive will maximize your ability to reach clients both on the air and through podcasting. Consider it the best of both worlds. Don't miss this chance to put your business on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive and expand your reach immediately. Before we go, I've got one question to ask you. Are you ready to get started? If so, email me, Ryan Wild at lubricationspecialties.com, and get started showing off your business today on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
It's no secret, today's diesel isn't as good as it should be. Diesel lacks lubricity. That can lead to fuel system failure, costing thousands in repairs. But you can prevent those issues with Hot Shot Secret products. Clean injectors boost cetane, increase fuel economy while adding 4 times more lubricity than the leading competitor. Claims proven by real-world use and confirmed by third-party ASTM testing. Available nationwide at truck stops, farm and automotive stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
At TEL, we know what it takes to succeed as an owner-operator because we were founded by one. The big secret? Affordable new trucks. New equipment keeps you moving, improves cash flow, and delivers reliability. For over 20 years, we've helped drivers take the next step in their careers. Call TEL at 866-404-6289 and use promo code OVERNIGHT100. We look forward to meeting you.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. Senator Adam Schiff is urging a full investigation into U.S. strikes on suspected drug boats in the Caribbean, calling those attacks unlawful while on Meet the Press.
This is not at all lawful or constitutional. And frankly, if the Pentagon and our defense secretary is so proud of what they're doing, let the American people see that video.
Meanwhile, Secretary of War Pete Hegseth defended the operation, saying 80 people killed since September were terrorists and the president can take military action as he sees fit. Former UK Prime Minister Liz Truss told Newsmax she wishes Britain had ICE-style powers to deport illegal aliens.
People are so frustrated. There are protests outside migrant hotels. Migrants are being housed in 4-star accommodation. We've seen a rise in violent crime, particularly against women and girls. Things like appalling sex crimes like rapes carried out by illegal migrants.
She blames Britain's Human Rights Act for making removals nearly impossible. Truss argues the system protects offenders over victims and needs major reform. A British man says he endured months of police scrutiny after posting a photo of himself holding a legal gun taken in the U.S. West Yorkshire police arrested him after a complaint claimed the image felt threatening. The case was eventually dropped, but he's calling the experience an Orwellian overreach as questions now swirl about the department's response. President Trump says soccer should be called football in the U.S. and suggests the NFL should change their name.
The president making those comments Friday during the FIFA World Cup draw. He says, this is football, there's no question about it, and that we have to come up with another name for the NFL. Soccer is called football outside the U.S. The NFL got its name in 1922, changing from the American Professional Football Association to the National Football League. The World Cup begins June 11th. It'll be played in stadiums across the U.S., Canada, and Mexico. I'm Jim Roop.
From America's News Network USA, Radio News.
No matter who we are or where we come from, we all experience difficulties in life.
Military veterans know that sometimes it takes strength and determination to make it through.
Whether it's obvious physical challenges or struggles on the inside, it takes strength to ask for help when you need it.
I knew that I had to get support, not just for me, but for the sake of my wife and kids.
Talking about it has helped me feel more like myself again.
Honestly, it was hard to open up at first, but it's changed my life for the better.
Learn how veterans like us have reached out for help, and hear stories of strength and recovery at MakeTheConnection.net.
The California Department of Health has issued an urgent advisory to avoid eating wild mushrooms.
Public health officials have reported an outbreak of amatoxin poisoning caused by consuming wild foraged mushrooms. Amatoxins are highly toxic and can lead to severe liver damage or death. Toxic mushrooms, such as the death cap, can easily be mistaken for the safe and edible type. Symptoms include diarrhea, nausea, and abdominal pain. 21 cases have been identified by the California Poison Control System, with significant clusters reported in the Monterey and San Francisco Bay areas, although the risk is statewide. I'm Sharon Reardon.
Washington State Patrol arrested nearly a dozen people during a human trafficking and prostitution mission.
They called it Operation Human Freight. It was initiated by the WSP's Commercial Vehicles Division because of the prostitution activity they saw at the truck stop. 11 women were victims of prostitution or human trafficking. They were offered resources to help. A 41-year-old Tacoma man with 19 prior felonies was arrested for human trafficking. I'm Brad Ford.
Online shoppers may know about the scam called phishing, but there's a new one that has a rather funny name.
It's called Quishing. Cybersecurity pros say it's a phishing scam done with QR codes. A mystery package comes in the mail with a QR code inside that looks harmless. Scanning it may take you to a fake website, stealing your personal information, or installing malware on your device. The FBI warns, ignore packages you weren't expecting and never scan a QR code from an unknown source. I'm Sarah Walters.
And I'm Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
Would you know where to turn if you or a loved one became paralyzed? For thousands of families, the National Paralysis Resource Center has been that lifeline. But now federal funding's at risk. Sherman Gillums Jr., a partially paralyzed Marine veteran with the Christopher and Dana Reeve Foundation, explains why.
This is about more than just a budget line. It's about veterans, caregivers, and families, real people who need these resources to live more productive and independent lives.
Learn more at ChristopherReeve.org.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme.
Today's ultra-low sulfur fuels leave injector deposits causing frequent DPF regens and low throttle response. Diesel Extreme is a once every 6-month treatment that will clean your entire fuel system, including the tank, lines, pump, and the injectors.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, Fine Farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
All right, another hour coming our way as we roll into a Monday. Trust you had a good weekend. All right, let me get back. We left off chatting with Pappy there. The January 6th, the pipe bomber. After all these years, coming up with this guy,
Right. That email I sent you, there was information, that this person was autistic. And then Glenn Beck comes out with that story about the Capitol police officer that was the suspect that was moved back over to the CIA, right? So, and Stephen, man, listen, you just can't believe anything anybody says anymore, unfortunately. But sometimes when things don't quite add up, you got to ask some questions, I guess, like obviously there was info being put out that this person was autistic. And then, couple weeks after Glenn Beck comes out with this, all of a sudden, hey, we got the guy. And it wasn't who this Glenn Beck article said. It was information we got. And just to be on the record, I think Glenn Beck retracted that. But, which brings up new questions, Steve. Obviously, the left are trying to say he did it. I think he did make a statement. I don't know. I wasn't sitting in the room when he made the statement, so I don't know for sure. But he made the statement that he felt Trump got robbed from the election. And that's why he did it. And he also has ties. His family has some ties to some leftist groups. So who knows? But apparently that this gentleman is autistic, Steve. Did you hear that?
That I did not.
Yes, sir. So that got me like, what? What did I just hear? I guess in the charging documents that a lot of these components that he went and bought at several different places at different times, months apart, were months before the election ever even took place, Steve.
Which would not make a bit of sense to the narrative of being upset that Trump lost, that the election was stolen. And plus the fact that the guy was, he was working for he was like an immigration for illegals to help them get out of trouble. And that wouldn't really fit the narrative of Trump being anti-illegals like he is.
Well, somebody, when they released them videos, and I told you, man, I'm telling you that when I saw them videos, they released more now. I was like, that's a female, man. Steve, go back and watch them. If you haven't watched them, watch them, the newly released ones. And you'll say that this person's either gay or that's a female, right? Just the way they're walking and carrying themselves. So, with this new AI stuff all put out, Steve, somebody on the internet. Take that for what it's worth, too, now, right? Apparently, AI matching this person's mannerisms in the surveillance videos is not matching up with the suspect they got in custody.
But now the suspect says he admits to doing it, and when they're looking at the video, he says, "Yeah, that's me in the video." That, according to the 4 hours of interrogation, but definitely a valid point if his so-called narrative or motive was he felt that the election was stolen from Donald Trump. No one would have, months and months earlier, that would have not have been the case. Doesn't make a lot of sense. All right, moving to the farmers. President Trump reported preparing to roll out a $12 billion emergency aid package aimed at helping the farmers to cushion the producers of soybeans, pork, and other commodities that have been hit with the retaliatory tariffs from major trading partners. According to the report this past day, those countermeasures have disrupted exports and driven down prices in several key agricultural markets. Now, the package, they say, is expected to rely on existing USDA authorities to deliver direct payment, food purchases, and trade promotion efforts without requiring any additional or new congressional approval. Intended as a temporary measure while the administration continues the tariff strategy, which the president argues is necessary to force trading partners to address these, what have been long-standing imbalances, obviously, which there's no denying those imbalances are significant. All right, back to the calls. Is it Ronnie? Hello, Ronnie. Who we got on board? All right. Maybe Ronnie disappeared. Well, let's see what Eagle has happening as we get the new week underway. Morning, Eagle.
Okay. Yeah, Steve, I want to talk about sports tonight. I might call back in the last hour, get into politics, talk about this situation with Pete Hegseth. I'm so sick of these people, Steve. It's just disgusting what now they're trying to, they protected all kind of illegals and everything, and now they're trying to say that Pete Hegseth is dropping bombs on these these drug runner ships unlawfully. But I'll get into that in the next call because that's just totally ridiculous. These people disgust me. But I want to talk about football, Steve. I guess hell must have froze over because I want to apologize to the people of the state of Indiana, Steve, because I told you all year long that Indiana was a pretender, that they was going to get their butt kicked when they finally played a good team, such as Ohio State on Saturday night yesterday. I'm still in shock. I'm still in shock that they won that game. I know the man missed the field goal for Ohio State, but they still lost the game. I didn't think Indiana had the talent to compete with Ohio State, and they showed me wrong yesterday. So I want to, even though I don't like Indiana, I want to congratulate them for being a number one seed. They might match up again with Ohio State before it's all said and done. And I believe Ohio State will come out on top in that matchup. But they did win the game. Like I said, I never in my life did I ever think that Ohio State, the coach of Ohio State, he finally got over the barrel with beating Michigan the week before. And then The next week he comes back and loses to Indiana. So it's an up and down deal, but Ohio State is still in the playoffs. They still got a chance to win the national championship. There's only one team that went undefeated this year, and that was Indiana. No other team went undefeated. Yep. So Ohio State doesn't have anything to feel bad in those regards. But, like I say, but I do want to say that about Indiana. Now, let's talk about Notre Dame before I get to Alabama. Notre Dame, Steve, they have decided that they're not going to participate in a bowl game because they feel like they got cheated today because they didn't get put in. Well, Notre Dame didn't get cheated. Notre Dame didn't play nobody all year long, and just like they do every year. And if they want, like people say, if they want to get into a conference and stop running as an independent, and then maybe people will consider you as a team that needs to be in. They lost the game to Miami. Miami got in over them. So Notre Dame, they ought to be penalized. And you say you don't want to be in a bowl game? Well, you better be lucky I'm not running committee. Because how about this, my friend? Maybe next year you won't be in a bowl game next year either in 2026 since you want to play that game, since you say you don't want to sit out this game because you feel like you cheated. So how about sitting out the next year too? So you can play that game because Notre Dame has no reason to feel like they've been cheated because they've gotten into the playoffs year after year when they shouldn't have been in to begin with and got blown out like they normally do when Brian Kelly was the coach of Notre Dame. So stop crying and sit back and go to your bowl game and be a man about it. Play your bowl game. They probably lose that game anyway. So it's enough talking about them losers because Notre Dame is just a bunch of crybabies. Now, as far as Alabama goes, Alabama shouldn't be in the bowl, shouldn't be in the playoffs because they got blown out in an SEC. Embarrassed. They were down 21-0 at halftime. And then they had negative Alabama. The coaches of Alabama, the team is soft just like him. They had negative yards rushing. Alabama is known for a run game. When they had Nick Saban, they used to run all over people. It was 152, 300 yards rushing every game. They had 0 rushing yards on Saturday night. Yet they got the nerve to say that they should be in the playoffs. That Alabama doesn't deserve to be there. Plus, they lost to a 5-7 Florida State team. They got embarrassed by them. They lost. I think they lost to Oklahoma too, and it looked like they got to play them again in this upcoming week. They'll probably lose to Oklahoma. So Alabama shouldn't even be in the playoffs. Maybe another qualified team such as BYU, another squad, should have got in over Alabama. Alabama's going in on name only, and they'll probably get embarrassed in their playoff game. Now, as far as the NFL goes today, tonight, my Houston Texans, they put the hammer to the Kansas City Chiefs and shut them down and maybe eliminated them totally from the playoffs. They all night long they shut down Pat Mahomes, and that's exactly what they're supposed to do. They're the number one defense in football. When they hired the coach of the Texans, I didn't like the guy because I'm an offensive man and he's a defensive guy. But what I've seen tonight is coming. If Houston can get any kind of a running game, Houston Texans can go a long way in the playoffs with that defense because nobody can do anything with them. If you can shut down Pat Mahomes and the Kansas City, Andy Reid, one of the best coaches in football, then you got something good going in Houston. So hopefully Houston can, like I say, I don't want to jinx it, but they got a real good shot of going real far in the playoffs. Now, as far as football goes, Steve, if anybody doesn't think football is set up, if anybody doesn't think that these games are rigged, all you got to do is go today and look at the highlights of the Pittsburgh Steelers-Baltimore Ravens game. There's a receiver who clearly caught the ball in the end zone, had 2 feet down in the end zone, and yet they still took the points off the board and robbed Baltimore of a game and maybe even the playoffs because Pittsburgh is now number 1 in that division. And the sad part about it wasn't even under review. They have replay booth. They have a replay for a reason. The referees didn't even bother to review the play or nothing. They said that the guy never caught the ball. So they ended Baltimore's game right there. And anybody can clearly see with the camera, the angle that the man caught the ball for a touchdown, and they got robbed of that. Now, one other thing right quick before I hang out with you, I might as well go ahead and get to this politics thing right quick. Now, tonight, this MJG was on 60 Minutes. I didn't get a chance to look at the whole interview because I was watching the football game. But she's back running her mouth again with sour grapes towards Donald Trump and the Republican Party because she's be moving on in January. And that's a good thing. That's not a bad thing. She claims that she's not interested in politics, that she's not interested in running for president in 2028, but I think that's a lie. You'll see her face again in 28. I promise you. She dropped out for a reason because she's got other things on her mind and to do with the rest of her life. Now, when it concerns the military, Steve, and this Pete Hegseth guy, like I told you before, over the last year, Trump's been in the White House, Steve. It's been one thing after another with these people, these Democrats. First you got a guy going down to El Salvador to try to get a criminal out of jail and brought back to the U.S., sitting down having dinner with the guy. Then you got people defending known murderers and rapists all over America. Then you got judges, you got mayors, you got governors that are blocking Trump from deporting people out of the United States of America that are clearly here illegally. They're doing everything they can to block Trump every way they can. And now, just when I thought that they couldn't go any further, Steve, that they had stooped to the utmost of levels, they don't go even further. Now they're trying to. The man that's trying to stop people from bringing illegal drugs into the United States on boats. They're saying that this man is killing these people, that he's unauthorized to take military action against a drug runner that's running drugs into the United States on a damn speedboat. These people are ridiculous. It's obvious, Steve, at this point that these people don't care about the United States of America. They care more about somebody that's here illegally, such as Ilhan Omar in Minnesota, and the fat boy governor up there and the mayor. All of them are a disgrace to the United States of America. If I lived in the state of Minnesota, Steve, as I always tell you, I would go to my local U-Haul service station tomorrow morning and rent out a U-Haul truck and drive the hell out of Minnesota to the nearest Republican state I can find, because Minnesota is an embarrassment because they got a governor that's an embarrassment. And all I can say, Steve, is thank God that fat piece of garbage didn't get into the White House with Kamala Harris. And I thank you for taking my call.
Yeah, he could be our current vice president, right? Could have been. All right, thousands of truck driver jobs saved, well, temporarily at least, after the federal court granting the administration's request to hold the CDL restriction lawsuit in abeyance, issued last week by the U.S. Court of Appeals for the D.C. Circuit, effectively reinforces the court's prior order from last month that temporarily halted the FMCSA's interim final rule cracking down on the non-domiciled CDL and learner's permit holders. FMCSA sought the abeyance, which was unopposed by the petitioners filing the lawsuit, so the agency could review the 8,000 comments that have been filed to potentially make changes before issuing a final rule. So the abeyance provides some stability for the industry. FMCSA estimated close to 200,000 trucking jobs would be eliminated by the IFR because, under the stay issued by the appeals court in November, drivers challenging the rule remain protected under the less restrictive standards that existed before September 29. So while the FMCSA can continue efforts to implement the new restrictions, state driver's licensing agencies are generally permitted to resume issuing and renewing those non-domiciled CDLs. The lawsuit challenging the rule was filed by Public Citizen Litigation Group, together with the American Federation of Teachers, the American Federation of State, County, and Municipal Employees, on behalf of a truck driver, a guy by the name of George Luan, who was a longtime CDL holder, they say. Luan reportedly lived in the U.S. since the age of 2 has held a commercial driver's license for over a decade. His lawsuit claims he was unable to renew his CDL due to this new interim final rule. Depending on the details of the FMCSA's final rule, Luan, along with thousands of other truck drivers, is at risk of losing his trucking business, despite, they say, having complied with all the legal and licensing requirements prior to that rule change. Every case is going to have its separate circumstances, but all right, John, we've got news break just ahead. Uber Ed will be checking in as we head to the second half of the hour. Meanwhile, just enough time to give you an update. Last week, the news of CRST's over-the-road operations, the headline said that shutting down sent the industry into a bit of a frenzy and a lot of confusion. FreightWaves over the weekend breaks down what's really going on with the mega carrier. The December 3rd, FreightWaves posted a story with the headline, CRST to shut down over-the-road trucking operations, right? More than 4,000 truck drivers, not including owner-operators, the carrier hires. That was big, if true, news. Shortly after the story was published, FreightWaves CEO Craig Fuller began to walk it back. He explained where and how the wires got crossed. The story, he says, has been updated, and he apologized. So what exactly is going on at CRST? Is it shutting down the over-the-road operations? The company says this could not be further from the truth. All right, so in a blog published December 4th, CRST said it made an internal announcement the previous day about its plan to redeploy a portion of its capacity solutions over-the-road fleet to other divisions. What does that mean? They will be moving 100 trucks to other parts of its business. Another 200 will be completely removed from the fleet. Now, according to the FMCSA, they have more than 4,300 trucks. More than 300 CRST employees received a 60-day notice that they're going to be being let go. And a large portion of those employees are truck drivers. So this is what they're calling a headcount reduction. Some of them may still have a job, other opportunities with their other fleets. We'll get more to come after this.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. Border Czar Tom Homan is defending the immigration crackdown in Minneapolis, telling CNN's State of the Union the effort is not unfairly targeting Somali immigrants.
There's numerous countries that President Trump, is looking at everybody that came from these countries, make sure they're vetted properly. Some of these countries don't have the proper systems in place to totally vet somebody, so we don't know who they really are.
His comments follow the growing criticism of Somali communities and Congresswoman Ilhan Omar. A Republican senator is backing Secretary of War Pete Hegseth as criticism grows over the U.S. strikes on alleged drug boats in the Caribbean. While appearing on Meet the Press, Arkansas Senator Tom Cotton said those boats are all valid targets.
Before our military conducts such a strike, they have multiple sources of intelligence.
Hegseth also defended the operation, saying the 80 people killed since September were terrorists. From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
So right now may be the perfect time for you to rethink how you pay for health care. And here's why. This time of year is decision time for a lot of people, but it's also when you can join Medi-Share and save even more than usual. For many families, joining Medi-Share means saving about $500 a month, which is a game changer for a lot of people. More than 1 million people are part of healthcare sharing now because it just makes so much sense right now. And Medi-Share is the gold standard. Members like it a lot. We know this from member surveys. Medi-Share has been around for over 30 years. It is a proven thing. And if you join before December 15th and you mention the promo code SHARE, they'll waive your application fee. So you save $100 right off the bat. I'll give you the number here in a second, but just call. You'll get a price within 2 minutes. And again, the deadline's December 15th. Call now. You'll save even more. Here's the number. It's 855-SHARE-40. That's 855-SHARE-40. 855-SHARE-40.
Have you been searching far and wide, looking to advertise your business on a brand that will help you reach the very clients you want to walk through your front door? Well, you know they've done studies that 100% of the time, it works every time. We're talking about the Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Let us go to work for your business. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive currently broadcasts in radio markets all over the United States and was recently named one of the top 50 best late night shows and podcasts in America. Advertising on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive will maximize your ability to reach clients both on the air and through podcasting. Consider it the best of both worlds. Don't miss this chance to put your business on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive and expand your reach immediately. Before we go, I've got one question to ask you. Are you ready to get started? If so, email me, Ryan Wild at lubricationspecialties.com, and get started showing off your business today on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Truckers, meet the Speedmax Pro Max, the tire built for serious hauls and serious peace of mind. With rugged construction and performance you can count on, Pro Max is made for the long road ahead. And here's the best part. It comes with an 8-year warranty. That's right, 8 years of confidence, mile after mile. Ask Speedmax. Drive far. Drive strong. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
It's no secret, today's diesel isn't as good as it should be. Diesel lacks lubricity. That can lead to fuel system failure, costing thousands in repairs. But you can prevent those issues with Hot Shot Secret products. Clean injectors boost cetane, increase fuel economy while adding 4 times more lubricity than the leading competitor. Claims proven by real-world use and confirmed by third-party ASTM testing. Available nationwide at truck stops, farm and automotive stores, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Did you miss an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive? Or just want to relive a little bit of the magic? Don't worry. You can download the Steve Summers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts. Don't miss a single second of the show that was recently named one of the best late night shows in America. Make sure you like and subscribe to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive so you don't miss a single episode. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Available wherever you get your podcasts or online at overnightdriveradio.com.
And now, back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
All right, real quick, the rest of the story in regards to CRST. Their statement says, this decision is intended to strengthen our ability to serve customers through the solutions that drive the most value, reliability, and long-term stability. Although many companies have folded over one of the longest freight recessions in recent memory, CRST claims they're doing just fine. Their dedicated solutions president said that their third quarter was their strongest third quarter in 3 years, outperforming many competitors in today's challenging freight environment. Apparently, CRST is not a publicly traded company. They do not publish a quarterly report like many others. All right, with 70 proud years in trucking, we are committed to evolve with our customers' needs and industry changes. We look forward to a bright future ahead. So while it is true a small percentage of drivers receive some walking papers, they may not be out of a job with the company for long. Meanwhile, the company claims they're starting to rebound from this now 3-year freight recession in the industry. Hey, set the record straight, as they say. What's been happening, Uber Ed?
Not much, Steve. Hey, I just want to check in. You know, it's been a year since Minister's been dead.
I didn't realize. No, it's 1 year has already come and gone, huh?
Yeah, it was 1 year this week you found dead.
Wow.
And Pappy, well, I had two things that Pappy was talking about. Have you reported on the raccoon that fell out of the ceiling in the liquor store and got drunk and they finally passed out in the bathroom? I think it happened Friday.
I had not talked. I saw it on social media in the news. Yeah, he knocked some liquor bottles off the shelf, and it was. I get passed out drunk in the bathroom.
A bottle of liquor, and they finally drunk in the bathroom.
Yep.
And Pappy was talking about the Oklahoma City bombing. And that was during the Clinton years, and he needs to go watch the episode on the Branch Dominion, the Waco.
The Waco
it's
thing.
On Hulu, and the Waco. It's a documentary on Waco, and in there you realize the whole thing in that, but. Him being a bomb expert, he ought to know a bomb blows up in 360 degrees. It don't blow up in 180 degrees. So if he set that bomb off and it was like it was supposed to be, it should have blown up the building across the street, and it just blew out the windows of it. So, and all that FBI agents and that were from the Oklahoma City thing, so that had a lot to do with the Waco.
I remember that was David Koresh there in Waco, wasn't it? David Koresh, and he was.
That's correct.
Yep,
that's correct.
And he did talk about how he had kind of, I guess, shaped the charge, as they say. I mean, yeah, you can, set things up. He'd be, how did he put it? In like a V shape. To try to send the most significant portion of the blast toward that building. I am not a demolition expert, so I wouldn't be the one to break that down. But in other trucking headlines, there's a member of Congress who's been a true friend of the truckers out there, advocating for efforts to grant truck drivers restroom access, overtime pay. Will not be seeking re-election next year. Representative Troy Nehls of Texas issued the news through a statement. After more than 30 years in law enforcement, serving and protecting my community as a police officer, constable, Fort Bend County Sheriff, Army veteran, 6 years representing this district in Congress, I've made the decision after conversations with my beautiful bride and my girls over the Thanksgiving holiday, to focus on family and return home after this Congress. So, entered the House of Representatives in 2021. Has been vocal on several issues involving the trucking industry, most notably leading the effort to provide truck drivers access to restrooms while waiting at a shipper or receiver. Introduced the Trucker Bathroom Access Act back in 2022, has reintroduced in subsequent congressional sessions, not only introduced the bills, but also used his position at House hearings to call out opponents of the bill. He said, I'd like to put on the record to all the lobbyists and trade associations trying to sink this bill. I really don't care what you think on this issue. Just imagine if Congress banned lobbyists from using the restrooms as you wait outside these committee rooms or offices. Imagine if you were told, all you lobbyists, go outside and find a tree. Go find a fire hydrant. Go outside, relieve yourself, because We're not letting you do it in here. Now, how long do you think that would last? Yeah, what do we need to do? Treat our truckers like cats and dogs, he said. He was also a co-sponsor of the Guaranteeing Overtime for Truckers Act, H.R. 1962, that would amend the Fair Labor Standards Act to require that company drivers receive overtime compensation when they work more than 40 hours a week. At separate House hearings, he actually held up issues of Landline magazine from OOIDA, highlighting some of the articles that support pro-trucker priorities, opposing mandates like speed limiters, automatic emergency braking systems. He has been a tireless advocate for truckers during his time in Congress, according to Louis Pugh with OOIDA. We'll miss his leadership at the end of this term. He's taken an interest in issues big and small that are vitally important to the trucking community. All right. So, but isn't that kind of the way, as many of us say, it was set up to be? Yeah, he's one of these that are actually, he's done his job. He served his community. He served time in Congress. And it's time to get back to, I guess, a different life. Whether it's total retirement, I'm not sure exactly what direction he's going. But he will not go down on the record books as one of those lifetime politicians sucking off the American taxpayers for decades. So for that, I thank him, and I think that's the way it should be. Congratulations, and enjoy your retirement, Representative Nels. Our number, 844-844-3388. I'm sure brain dead when he has an opportunity to chime in this week. He's probably been following the NASCAR in court, which NASCAR was in court all week last week. Some interesting things coming out from that courtroom testimony. Anybody remember the SRX racing series? Known as the Superstar Racing Experience. It never quite felt like a real challenger to NASCAR. It was different. It was fun. Lots of recognizable drivers. But it always had that vibe of a summer exhibition instead of a full-blown motorsports rival. But after 3 seasons, the series shut down quietly after 2024. Most fans assumed that's the end of it. But thanks to the ongoing charter lawsuit, SRX is suddenly back in the spotlight for reasons nobody expected. In court last week, NASCAR President Steve O'Donnell made a statement that stunned everybody that was following the case. While testifying, he said NASCAR had purchased SRX and even hinted that the series might return, according to motorsports reporter Matt Weaver. And within minutes, fans were reacting. There's just one problem. That claim does not match the publicly known facts. Weaver quickly clarified that SRX's physical equipment was sold to GMS Racing last year, not NASCAR. And according to documents already available, SRX's intellectual property, the brand, the rights, the name, was never part of the sale, which means NASCAR does not officially own SRX, at least not on paper. That mismatch has now become one of the most talked about moments of the trial. Court filings showed NASCAR executives were paying close attention to SRX while it was still running. Internal text and documents revealed they viewed that series as a potential threat, not just another racing league. Some discussions even focused on how to control participation, track access, and their influence through NASCAR's charter and their sanctioning system. Multiple reports from The Athletic and the Sports Business Journal back that up. According to those outlets, NASCAR explored ways to prevent any Cup Series drivers and owners from competing in SRX without facing consequences. A move the plaintiffs argue was part of a broader pattern of restricting competition. And that's where SRX now fits into the trial. Lawyers for 2311 Racing and Front Row Motorsports say NASCAR used their power to control the racing landscape, limit new business, keep any competitors or potential competitors in check. SRX, which once looked like a harmless side project, is now being used as an example of that behavior. So was Steve O'Donnell's comment simply a mistake, a loose interpretation, or something more intentional? Nobody really knows yet, but one thing they say is clear. SRX isn't just a forgotten racing experiment anymore. In this courtroom, it's become evidence. Another piece of a bigger fight over who really controls the future of American stock car racing. And the fans, especially, are calling out the inconsistency, and they're not letting it go. Fans calling out O'Donnell as his slip, saying that was an outright lie. First I've heard of SRX coming back, unless he's referring to Ray Evernham's vintage IROC racing. There's zero public record of SRX firing up again anytime soon. The cars, the gear, all went to GMS race cars in September for track days and private stuff. If O'Donnell meant a full comeback, the facts say something otherwise. Anyway, for the teams to fact-check this in front of the jury. The plaintiffs have been stuffing the record with emails, text, and contracts that show exactly how NASCAR treated SRX like a ticking bomb. The GMS sale, that's public knowledge. And if O'Donnell's words don't match the paper trail, the jury gets to decide who's telling the truth. All right. Just more talking out of his derriere. I hope somebody calls him on it. If they do, he'll say he doesn't know or he can't remember. That's the frustrating talking, and it's hard to blame folks. Like I said, I'm sure Brain Dead will have some 2 cents on that when he gets back. Let's see, fire things up. Tuesday, Wednesday morning. It is 844-844-3388. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Transport Enterprise Leasing, founded by a U.S. Army veteran, proudly supports those who've served. Veterans receive a $750 discount on their lease deposit with 24/7 maintenance support, national parts discounts, and interest-free financing. TEL is committed to your success. Call 866-404-6289 and use promo code OVERNIGHT100 or visit tel360.com.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
Have you been searching far and wide, looking to advertise your business on a brand that will help you reach the very clients you want to walk through your front door? Well, they've done studies that 100% of the time, it works every time. We're talking about the Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Let us go to work for your business. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive currently broadcasts in radio markets all over the United States and was recently named one of the top 50 best late night shows and podcasts in America. Advertising on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive will maximize your ability to reach clients both on the air and through podcasting. Consider it the best of both worlds. Don't miss this chance to put your business on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive and expand your reach immediately. Before we go, I've got one question to ask you. Are you ready to get started? If so, email me, Ryan Wild at lubricationspecialties.com, and get started showing off your business today on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
All right, back at it here about 9 before the hour. Plenty of room for you at 844-844-3388. I apologize. Coming up in the final hour, FreightWaves did a deep dive, more discussion into the fraudulent CDLs, enforcement of the English language proficiency loopholes, what has changed in the industry becoming, well, what the DOT Secretary Duffy last week called the Wild, Wild West. All right, what's changing? What's on the horizon? Again, coming up in our final hour. First, we'll get back to the calls. And, welcome back, Plowboy.
Well, good morning. Thanks again, Steve. I just had one thing I was going to touch on. I don't know how many of y'all got listen to your great show, but there must have been some little Illinois Congress lady talking about our industry. I don't know where you caught this one. But her name is Mary Miller.
Yes.
She's out of the 15th district. And, boy, she sure nailed it on the head. The reason why I made this call, I had a brain flew here a little while ago. I was wound up over the football. But District 15, she has been saying what everybody has been saying on this radio station. Can you imagine Miss Miller would go before Congress, and since we've got the Congress now, I think nailed down for, a few more months, hopefully, God willing. She went in, 2 truck stops, if I remember the count right? And she thought she was in the third world country.
Yes.
Now, Steve, is that now what
she actually got out there
Trump has been saying? And
actually got out there and went to the truck stops in person to see what's going on. And, damn near nobody spoke English.
I mean, now, my question is this. A counter question to what this statement is about. Look at all these companies that we've lost. No thanks to these jackasses coming over here illegally or maintaining the company and the license illegally on behalf of these damn Democratic states and the governors. If we chase them all out, would we be able to bring our industry back with the drivers that we lost, or will they be gone forever? Is that a true question to answer, Steve? Because look at how many financially unstable companies we've had because of these SOBs.
Yep.
I'm just thinking off the hand. Well, I'm just throwing a question out there, Steve. All right, sir. I appreciate it.
All right. Thank you much, Plowboy. Yes, I did actually have the comments. Yeah, Mary Miller, Illinois. Yeah, her recent tour of truck stops, as she said, is what really reinforced her support for withholding federal funds from these states that are not complying with the CDL requirements. She said, quote, I've in plain clothes gone from truck stop to truck stop in my district. I go to the cashier and I ask him this question: how many of the truckers come in here speak no English? And every single time, they've told me, almost all of them, it's outrageous. Illinois State Police data shows almost 1 in 5 CDL holders with English language proficiency violations have CDLs issued by the state of Illinois. She said if the English proficiency violations don't get under control, she will advocate for the withholding of federal funds. If you don't stop the funding to these states that are flouting the laws, they're not going to change. The Safe Driving Law Act that will rescind half the highway funding to states like Illinois that refuse to cooperate. Now, the Secretary of State's office says the state government already takes those standards seriously, will continue enforcing federal requirements, and working with our partners to ensure the CDL holders in Illinois meet the licensing and safety obligation. But, these used to be good jobs for people who didn't necessarily go to college. And we should restore the trucking industry back to the American people, says Miller. And I want to go after the trucking companies. That's another thing. I want to go after the companies that are actually hiring these people. So, not the typical sentiment you'd hear coming out of the likes of Illinois, of course, but in most cases. All right, so we'll close things out here for another hour. Last week did indeed have to break out the snow shovel for the first time. Forecasters tell us we may be doing a lot more shoveling this year than we've done in many years in this region of the country. And, of course, it begs the question, a lot of heart attacks this time of year for people getting out there trying. When are you too old to shovel snow is a valid question. We'll address that. First, lease with TEL and enjoy affordable payments and support that keeps you running smooth anywhere in the continental U.S. Visit tel360.com.
Transport Enterprise Leasing, founded by a U.S. Army veteran, proudly supports those who've served. Veterans receive a $750 discount on their lease deposit with 24/7 maintenance support, national parts discounts, and interest-free financing. TEL is committed to your success. Call 866-404-6289 and use promo code overnight100 or visit tel360.com.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
Have you been searching far and wide, looking to advertise your business on a brand that will help you reach the very clients you want to walk through your front door? Well, they've done studies that 100% of the time, it works every time. We're talking about the Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Let us go to work for your business. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive currently broadcasts in radio markets all over the United States and was recently named one of the top 50 best late-night shows and podcasts in America. Advertising on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive will maximize your ability to reach clients both on the air and through podcasting. Consider it the best of both worlds. Don't miss this chance to put your business on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive and expand your reach immediately. Before we go, I've got one question to ask you. Are you ready to get started? If so, email me, Ryan Wild at lubricationspecialties.com, and get started showing off your business today on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero.
This level of dehumanizing can lead to dangerous actions.
Minnesota Congresswoman Ilhan Omar is pushing back after President Trump sharply criticized Somali immigrants during the ongoing Minneapolis immigration crackdown. While appearing on CBS's Face the Nation, Omar called the president's remarks disgusting.
These are Americans that he is calling garbage. And we feel like there is an unhealthy obsession that he has on the Somali community and an unhealthy and creepy obsession that he has.
Speaking from the Oval Office this week, Trump said Somali immigrants have hurt the state and questioned whether Omar should have ever been elected to Congress. President Trump's first Kennedy Center honors as chairman shattered records, pulling in a massive $23 million, which is nearly double the last year under Biden.
And the members of the incredible rock band KISS, Paul Stanley, Gene Simmons, Peter Criss, and Ace Frehley, who now is resting in peace, and his beautiful daughter is here to accept the award.
Also honored were George Strait, Michael Crawford, Gloria Gaynor, Sylvester Stallone. The star-studded Oval Office ceremony sparked unprecedented donor excitement, marking a new high point for America's premier art celebration. The holidays are joyful, but they can be stressful as well. Cleveland Clinic psychologist Dr. Don Potter says the best way to cope is to pinpoint what's overwhelming you.
People can feel pressure to please everybody, pressure to be joyful and be in the holiday spirit, pressure to make everything right.
She says it's okay to say no, set boundaries, and even change old traditions. Be sure to make some time for yourself, plan ahead, and keep the season simple to keep stress in check. Russia struck a central Ukrainian city with airstrikes hours after U.S. peace talks. President Zelensky called his discussion with President Trump's team constructive. More talks with UK, French, and German leaders are set for tomorrow in London. From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Commerce moves fast. Your business should too. If you're not on the first page of search results, you're losing customers. Out of sight, out of mind is true. Don't let that be you. iLocal.net has helped local businesses dominate search results since 2009. For a limited time, iLocal.net is offering a free website analysis to improve the online presence of your business. Local business owners across the U.S. turn to iLocal.net to improve their search engine rankings. Search engines are constantly changing their algorithms. You need the professionals who know how to use those changes to benefit your business. Don't hope for new customers. Get found and be chosen. Call 888-699-2407 for your free website analysis. Don't wait. Call 888-699-2407. That's 888-699-2407. For your free website analysis, call 888-699-2407.
The Netflix $83 billion deal to buy Warner Brothers Discovery is moving forward, but regulators are already signaling a tough antitrust review. Paramount Skydance warns the merger gives Netflix too much power, while others say the entertainment market is big enough to stay competitive. If approved, viewers can expect a lower price for Netflix HBO Max bundles. Americans are piling up credit card debt at a lower pace than last year.
Wallet Hub says U.S. shoppers added $16 billion so far, which brings the total credit card debt to over $1 trillion. Still, the additional amount of credit card debt is 27% less than what was added last year. The average credit card debt per household tops $11,000 heading into the holidays. I'm Lisa Carton.
You might need a Kleenex for this one. An 88-year-old grocery store employee in Michigan has received a check for nearly $2 million after his story went viral on social media.
Ed Bambus of Brighton, Michigan met Australian social media influencer Sam Wiedenhofer during his grocery store shift about 2 weeks ago and told Wiedenhofer how he couldn't retire because his General Motors pension had been wiped out in 2012 following the company's bankruptcy. Wiedenhofer asked his millions of TikTok followers to help Bambus, a video that racked up more than 10 million views. Reports say Bambus wiped tears from his eyes as on Saturday, the 22-year-old influencer presented Bambus with a check for $1.7 million. I'm Scott Carr.
And I'm Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
What if the music stopped? If the familiar voices were silenced? If there were no breaking news updates? What if your companion and connection to your community came with a monthly fee? Don't worry, we're free local radio with you wherever you go, celebrating 100 years and looking forward to the next 100. We are broadcasters. Text radio to 52886 and let Congress know you depend on your local radio stations. By the National Association of Broadcasters.
Did you miss an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive? Or just want to relive a little bit of the magic? Don't worry. You can download the Steve Summers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts. Don't miss a single second of the show that was recently named one of the best late-night shows in America. Make sure you like and subscribe to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive so you don't miss a single episode. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Available wherever you get your podcasts or online at overnightdriveradio.com.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
All right, what do you say? Get that final hour off and rolling here. Here we go. All right. All is quiet at the moment, but according to space weather, we could have another opportunity for folks that don't very often have an opportunity to get a glimpse of the northern lights. A coronal mass ejection is headed straight for Earth, according to NOAA forecasters, stating that a strong G3 class geomagnetic storm is possible when it arrives sometime Tuesday. They're expecting tomorrow, maybe early. The full Halo CME was launched on December the 6th by an M8 class solar flare from Sunspot 4299. If it is as potent as NOAA thinks, this one could spark auroras from the Arctic Circle to the mid-latitudes here in the lower 48. So at the moment, all is quiet. Obviously, you'll have to have those clear skies, get away from as much light pollution as possible. We'll see. Maybe it's Monday night into Tuesday morning, the anticipation. All right, promise this hour we delve into, as Freight Waves is breaking down what they say is it's a totally new ecosystem in the trucking industry. A guy by the name of Cliff Bates, who stepped in to help turn around an Arkansas trucking company in late 2022, expected the familiar industry story. You have up cycles, down cycles. Obviously, things would eventually rebalance, but rather what he uncovered, he described as a new ecosystem of trucking, powered by fraudulent CDLs, English language proficiency loopholes, a massive wave of non-domiciled foreign drivers that he believes could permanently alter the economics of trucking in the country. He says you've got foreign companies bringing in drivers who live in their trucks, don't go home, make a fraction of what American drivers make, and undercut every rate. As the English proficiency enforcement makes national headlines, he and OTR Solutions Chief Operating Officer Grace Mayer spoke to Freight Waves, saying the real story is far more complicated and far more destabilizing than roadside officers asking truck drivers to read signs in English. She said her concern is that the national debate is fixed on Spanish-speaking or border state drivers when the more impactful trend is actually the rise of transient drivers from Eastern Europe, Southern Asia, Central Asia. This isn't just about language. It's not just guys coming across the Mexican border. It's drivers flying into Kentucky from Uzbekistan or Serbia or flying into Chicago. That's the part nobody's talking about, she says. Now, Bates said his background was in real estate development, but in 2017, he invested in a refrigerated carrier. Over the last several years, he saw the fleet grow from 2 trucks to 140 during the pandemic. But by late 2022, the carrier was losing money. He said all of a sudden, we were losing crazy amounts of money. We were all in debt. He became the de facto CEO of the refrigerated carrier about the end of 22 and said the deeper he dug, the clearer it became his company wasn't just struggling with low rates. We were competing against an entirely different labor model. When I got into this thing, I did not have any preconceived notions. I've never been through the roller coaster that's trucking, the ups and the downs. But once I got involved, I had people that continued to tell me, this isn't just a down cycle that we're going to come out of when carriers, or enough carriers, that came in during COVID burn out. By around 2023-24, trucking rates were worse than they've ever been. We used to run a trip from Georgia and back to Mississippi, paid $1,300. 2 years later, $750. I'm wondering what's going on. At what point do we hit equilibrium? Fast forward to today, rates are still where they are. I know volumes are down, but rates are still depressed, he says. After doing some research, he said he traces the problem back to a perfect storm of federal policies, including the 2016 FMCSA memorandum that told the states not to place English proficient drivers, non-proficient, out of service, as well as the White House's claim in 2021 and 22 of creating more than 870,000 new CDL holders without explaining who those drivers were, spending months combing through the FMCSA state-level data. I found huge, inexplicable waves of CDL issuances in a dozen states from 21 to 2024. The federal government's own website showed almost 500,000 new drivers were added during what's supposed to have been a recession. Doesn't make sense until you look at the non-domiciled CDLs. A recent DOT audit revealed at least 200,000 such licenses nationwide. The proliferation of these non-domiciled has coincided with the increase in trucking capacity across the U.S. since the FMCSA permitted foreigners to obtain these non-domiciled CDLs back in March of 2019, added more than 310,000 trucks to roads across the country. Bates and the Trump administration has since banned states from issuing new non-domiciled CDLs. Why are you willing to jeopardize American lives by leaving them on the road, he says. If you know they're unsafe, ban them. Now, Mayer said the national debate over the English proficiency has veered away from a major issue. Short-term immigrant drivers using the non-domiciled CDLs who enter the market temporarily, accept the bottom-of-the-barrel rates, and leave after they accumulate some cash. Since joining OTR Solutions when it was founded in 2011, she has served as the company's chief operations manager, becoming the COO in 2018. Now, that's OTR Solutions, a full-service freight factoring and trucking technology company that leverages technologies to provide reliable cash flow. Now, she stressed the issue with the non-domiciled CDLs is not just about border carriers or Hispanic-owned fleets, many of which she said operate fully compliant. But it's the transient subset of the Eastern European, the Indian Punjabis, and other immigrant drivers that are moving through the U.S. on short cycles. Drivers come in from out of the country for like 4 months at a time. They run hard, they undercut rates, they don't speak English very well. They go back home before they come back and do it again. I don't think anybody would disagree that we don't want someone on the roads that doesn't understand our signs, not able to communicate, but those drivers exist. American truckers can't make a living in these carriers if they continue to take the freight because they just want to get loaded. Yeah, when I say American truckers, I mean Hispanic American, Asian American, African American. The diversity of American carriers is broad. Of course, we've been following how many drivers have been sidelined. Latest number from October was some 7,248, and that's the English proficiency. How about the ICE operations? Bates had some of the strongest evidence for how cheap labor is affecting the trucking market has come out in recent months when Immigration and Customs Enforcement, together with state police, Oklahoma, Indiana, Texas, Wyoming, began using the program that allows state and local agencies to help ICE. Multi-day roadside operations targeting CDL irregularities. The results have been consistent. Somewhere between 20 and 30% of trucks pulled over were being operated by drivers with fraudulent or non-domiciled CDLs, expired visas, or no license at all. It was the same thing every time. 20, 30% should not have been on the road. Yeah, the numbers match the patterns that Bates and federal officials acknowledged privately. He recounted a DOT demonstration where undercover agents posted fake loads and received 80 carrier responses in like 10 minutes, 78 of them using non-domiciled CDL. Their words were, "This was our aha kind of moment." Even the U.S. Postal Service tried to ban the non-domiciled drivers, only to reverse that policy within a week when they couldn't find enough legal drivers to run their network. There was nobody to run the mail. Yeah, both Mayer and Bates also highlighted the fraudulent back-office operations with these foreign-run companies dispatching drivers offshore, then manipulating the safety and compliance systems. Yeah, Mayer tried the issue directly. She tied it directly to the double brokering crisis. Fraudsters take a low rate because they're just going to double broker it. Yeah, that's why cargo fraud is at an all-time high. She described the DOT's undercover video showing electronic logs being reset remotely. In one example, he said a dispatcher told a fatigued driver, "If you pull the truck over, we'll call the police and report it stolen." Yeah, Bates connects these practices to several fatal crashes where drivers have plowed into stop traffic at full speed, tested clean for drugs and alcohol, and were believed to have been awake for anywhere from 40 to 60 hours. Yeah, Bates said his refrigerated carrier, once a 140-truck fleet, eventually merged into another carrier after losing millions. The root cause was not poor management or cheap freight alone. It was the new labor economics. Long-haul freight has evaporated. 400-mile routes instead of 1,500-mile lanes. U.S. drivers can't get enough miles to survive. Rates remain below the pre-2017 levels despite all the inflation we've seen. Many carriers are surviving only through equipment loan forbearance. This industry is on the verge of collapse. Every carrier I know is asking lenders for forbearance. We're going to lose American capacity and be left with foreign operators. And lastly, both of them say this is not a red or blue issue. like Republican or Democrat. The administration already stopped states from issuing new non-domiciled CDLs, but no one asked about the ones still on the road. Yeah, they are the common denominator in so many crashes. The government fears removing them would seriously disrupt the economy. Yeah, Mayor agrees the moment demands attention beyond politics. We're asking for safe roads and a fair market, and right now we don't have either of them. 844-844-3388.
Have you been searching far and wide, looking to advertise your business on a brand that will help you reach the very clients you want to walk through your front door? Well, you know they've done studies that 100% of the time, it works every time. We're talking about the Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Let us go to work for your business. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive currently broadcasts in radio markets all over the United States and was recently named one of the top 50 best late-night shows and podcasts in America. Advertising on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive will maximize your ability to reach clients both on the air and through podcasting. Consider it the best of both worlds. Don't miss this chance to put your business on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive and expand your reach immediately. Before we go, I've got one question to ask you. Are you ready to get started? If so, email me, Ryan Wild at lubricationspecialties.com, and get started showing off your business today on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
Truckers, meet the SpeedMax Pro Max, the tire built for serious hauls and serious peace of mind. With rugged construction and performance you can count on, Pro Max is made for the long road ahead. And here's the best part. It comes with an 8-year warranty. That's right, 8 years of confidence, mile after mile. Ask SpeedMax. Drive far. Drive strong. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today.
It's no secret, today's diesel isn't as good as it should be. Diesel lacks lubricity. That can lead to fuel system failure, costing thousands in repairs. But you can prevent those issues with Hot Shot Secret products. Clean injectors, boost cetane, increase fuel economy while adding 4 times more lubricity than the leading competitor. Claims proven by real-world use and confirmed by third-party ASTM testing. Available nationwide at truck stops, farm and automotive stores, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Did you miss an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive? Or just want to relive a little bit of the magic? Don't worry. You can download the Steve Summers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts. Don't miss a single second of the show that was recently named one of the best late-night shows in America. Make sure you like and subscribe to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive so you don't miss a single episode. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Available wherever you get your podcasts or online at overnightdriveradio.com.
Right in line with what we were just talking about. Here's another prime example. Is she said, everywhere, every state, everywhere you turn, states that are doing these crackdowns on commercial vehicles, we're finding 20-30% of them are either illegal, in many cases don't even have any driver's license. Latest is Alabama on board, another state cooperating with ICE to apprehend truck drivers operating illegally. This time, the Alabama Law Enforcement Agency, working with ICE, targeted enforcement. Now, they've had several. One in late October. The other was just, a couple weeks ago, November 16th through the 18th, along some of their high-crash rural interstate corridors, as they put it. According to last week's news release from the governor's office, the inspections led to 82 individuals being detained Based on their immigration status, 12 of these drivers did not have a driver's license of any kind. The other 70 held out-of-state licenses. Alabama leading the way when it comes to going after illegal bad actors in trucking, says Governor Ivey. I'm proud for taking decisive action, grateful for our partnership with Immigration and Customs Enforcement. Alabama will not look the other way while illegal immigrants and illegal operators threaten the safety of everyone on the highway. If you're here illegally or breaking our laws, putting folks at risk on our highways, you will be held accountable in our state. Now, in Landline's attempt to obtain more details about the raids, the truck drivers and the trucking companies involved, the governor's office deferred those questions to ICE. As of press time, ICE has not responded to Landline. The Alabama Trucking Association president praising the coordination efforts and emphasized their importance to the industry. Alabama's trucking industry is built on the hard work of family-owned small businesses and professional drivers who follow the rules and operate safely, but a growing number of illegal operators and bad actors who exploit regulatory loopholes. They are compromising safety, undercutting the hardworking Alabamans who move our economy. Fortunately, due to the leadership and enforcement actions by Governor Ivey and the ALEA, we're doing our part to keep the highway safe. ICE, as we know, has also targeted several other states, Texas, Wyoming, Oklahoma, targeting those commercial vehicle operations. But again, consistently, time after time. Out of 82, 12 with no license, not even a passenger vehicle's license, out there driving with no license whatsoever. Who is employing these people? That's the bigger question. Who's putting them on the road? Who's giving them freight? That's insane. All right, when we come back, Eagle has some second thoughts on some of these truck driving deals that are going on. So we'll get to that following the news break. Meanwhile, this past day, lawmakers unveiled the annual defense policy bill, authorizing a record $901 billion in national security spending next year, billions more than the president's request. The sweeping 3,000-page bill includes a 4% raise for enlisted troops, but excludes a bipartisan effort to spur housing construction that some lawmakers had hoped to include in the final bill. House Speaker Johnson said the legislation would advance the president's agenda by ending woke ideology at the Pentagon, securing the border, revitalizing the defense industrial base, and restoring the warrior's ethos. Now, this is a compromise between versions of the National Defense Authorization Act passed earlier this year by the Senate versus a House version, of course, both controlled by Republicans. Now, that's where things stand. It is 844-844-3388, the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero.
Killing two people who were shipwrecked at sea is also morally repugnant.
Senator Adam Schiff is urging a full investigation into U.S. strikes on suspected drug boats in the Caribbean, calling those attacks unlawful while on Meet the Press.
This is not at all lawful or constitutional. And frankly, if the Pentagon and our defense secretary is so proud of what they're doing, let the American people see that video.
Meanwhile, Secretary of War Pete Hegseth defended the operation, saying 80 people killed since September were terrorists and the president can take military action as he sees fit. A British man says he endured months of police scrutiny after posting a photo of himself holding a legal gun taken in the U.S. West Yorkshire police arrested him after a complaint claimed the image felt threatening. The case was eventually dropped, but he's calling the experience an Orwellian overreach as questions now swirl about the department's response. From America's News Network USA Radio News.
This is Denny Gillum, host of Front Lines of Freedom.
Here to tell you about an amazing new book, The Miracle Man, written by a good friend of mine. It's a remarkable, true account of faith, healing, and restoration in the face of impossible odds. Through a harrowing series of events and miraculous answers to prayer, Bill receives a donor's heart with only hours left to live. His rapid recovery and return to normal life is a story that shows God's power to heal and his faithfulness in answering prayers. The Miracle Man is available online through Amazon, Barnes & Noble, and other booksellers.
Lisa Wolf here to tell you about our newest website for old-time radio lovers. It's 100radioshows.com. At this site, there are 5 old-time radio shows waiting for you to download free as our gift to you. And be sure to browse the additional 700 old-time radio shows available to you for 70% off by using the promo code RADIO at checkout. This is a limited-time offer, so log on to 100radioshows.com. That's 100radioshows.com.
Have you been searching far and wide, looking to advertise your business on a brand that will help you reach the very clients you want to walk through your front door? Well, you know they've done studies that 100% of the time, it works every time. We're talking about the Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Let us go to work for your business. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive currently broadcasts in radio markets all over the United States and was recently named one of the top 50 best late night shows and podcasts in America. Advertising on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive will maximize your ability to reach clients both on the air and through podcasting. Consider it the best of both worlds. Don't miss this chance to put your business on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive and expand your reach immediately. Before we go, I've got one question to ask you. Are you ready to get started? If so, email me, Ryan Wild at lubricationspecialties.com, and get started showing off your business today on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive. TEL's Independent Owner-Operator Program gives you the power to operate under your own authority or choose the carrier you want to run for. Drive a new truck with full factory warranties, solo or team. TEL has a lease that fits your business. Call us at 866-404-6289 or visit tel360.com and use promo code OVERNIGHT100.
Winter is here. When the temperature drops, so does your truck's performance. Avoid fuel gelling by using Hot Shot Secret's EDT Plus Winter Defense, a 7-in-1 fuel booster and anti-gel that improves cold weather performance. The 7-point cetane boost decreases DPF regens and increases fuel economy. Be confident that your engine is running smoothly and trouble-free, even in the coldest temperatures. Hot Shot Secret EDT Plus Winter Defense, available at Pilot Flying J, Amazon, O'Reilly Auto Parts, and HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Truck downtime costs you money. One hidden killer on Cummins ISX 15 engines is weak injector cups. When they leak, coolant gets into the cylinders and suddenly you're facing a big repair bill. Industrial Injection has the fix. Our Torque Lock Injector Cup Kit with a threaded Torque Lock design. These cups stay sealed for good. No more coolant leaks. No more surprise downtime. Keep your truck on the road. Ask your shop for Industrial Injection Torque Lock Injector Cups today. Did you miss an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive? Or just want to relive a little bit of the magic? Don't worry. You can download the Steve Summers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts. Don't miss a single second of the show that was recently named one of the best late night shows in America. Make sure you like and subscribe to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive so you don't miss a single episode. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive, available wherever you get your podcasts or online at overnightdriveradio.com.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Summers, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now, 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
I came across a post from just a couple hours ago talking about the potential of the Northern Lights Monday night into Tuesday morning. And this guy, Zachary, I guess he's one of the close followers of space weather. He breaks it down rather interestingly. He said the flare was first detected yesterday afternoon. Instruments picked up a sudden spike in X-ray output from the active region 4299. Yeah, this is a sunspot cluster, he says, larger than 10 Earths laid side by side. The moment it erupted, every sensor pointed at the sun lit up. The flare registered as an M8.1, which is just a breath below an X class, the kind that rearranges space weather and human behavior at the same time. Within minutes, the coronagraph images confirmed what mattered the most, which is what they call a full halo CME. That means the entire blast of charged plasma was thrown outward in a complete circle, and Earth is setting directly in the trajectory. These are not symbolic. They're massive rivers of ionized particles that can carry billion tons of solar material moving at nearly 1 million miles an hour. Based on NOAA's current models, the Eastern Time arrival window will begin about 10 o'clock Monday night and then continue through, say, 7 a.m. Tuesday morning. The most likely moment of contact somewhere between 1 and 4 a.m. Tuesday morning. That's when the magnetic field will compress. That's when the auroral, the oval, may surge far south. Now, I've done a little research because some people say, and this guy is one of those that says these solar flares really impact the human body as well. He says people forget we are electrical beings living inside an electrical universe, which I get that because our brains are all, that's electric that's running the brains. When the sun moves like this, the human field reacts. Some will feel pressure in the head or the chest. Some will feel emotional from nowhere. Some will feel clarity. Some may feel fatigue. Solar storms expose what's been waiting to surface. Okay. I don't know about all that. Like I said, I've done some searches. Do solar flares impact the human body? And for them, no. It's we know it can impact satellites. We know it can impact the power grid here on the planet and things of that nature. GPS, maybe tomorrow morning, interesting time to see if some of this GPS stuff starts screwing up, which is known to happen. All right, I believe Eagle hangs in there. Welcome back, Eagle.
Okay. Yeah, I appreciate you putting me back. Hey, listen, Steve, as you was talking about the truck driving deals over the last few minutes, I got some information for you. When I left Laredo, let's see, what the hell was it? What's the day? Sunday. When I left Laredo on Thursday, I think it was. I had told you last time, I talked to you last week, they had busted a guy driving a truck coming out of Laredo. He had up 25 to 30 people in the sleeper area of the truck when he was rolling. He was trying to make his way to San Antonio or some other destination. The police stopped the truck and they opened up the curtains and they found all these individuals, illegal people. So when I went through the checkpoint, there's a checkpoint that you have to go through when you leave Laredo, like about 25 or 30 miles away from the Mexican border. Now, because of these, like I said, because of these people, what they're doing, and they're making the good drivers, such as myself, go through the same problem. Now, when you go through the checkpoint, there's an officer that has a flashlight, and he's standing on a podium, and you have to open up the curtains to your sleeper if they're not closed, so he can look inside the sleeper area of your truck to make sure you don't have no illegal people in your sleeper as you're rolling north towards San Antonio. And they got anybody that's going to Laredo, you better make sure everything, your paperwork and your truck is in good order, because from San Antonio all the way to Laredo, about 150 miles is wall-to-wall state troopers and border patrol trucks just looking for a reason to pull you over. If you even look like you're suspicious, and you will be inspected. So you better make sure your truck is in your lights are working and make sure your truck is in good order, because they looking to take some money out of your pocket as you're making your way to San Antonio. Now, as far as this situation goes with the illegals, Steve, when it goes out, go back to Monkey Gouger, we ain't heard from him in a while, and some of the other people that called in. We've been telling you about all the problems that was going on in the road with these foreign drivers from California and Oregon and Washington State, mainly a lot of West Coast people, because as you can clearly see, they don't. What's his name? The governor of Florida don't give a damn. Of California don't give a damn who get a CDL out of his state. But that's gonna come to a stop. He's slowly but surely getting rid of that, because I don't see that many trucks rolling no more, Steve. They definitely not rolling on Interstate 40. I heard those guys are making a bypass around the state of Oklahoma and Arkansas. If you on Interstate 40, Steve, rolling east, you better jump down to Interstate 20 or 10, because before you go into Oklahoma, you better make sure you got all your paperwork right because Oklahoma ain't playing games. That's one of the states, Oklahoma and Arkansas, are enforcing that language deal. And if you don't speak English, you will be pulled out of the truck, and you'll be looking for another profession. Them guys are not playing games in Oklahoma. I was recently in Oklahoma about a week or so ago, and it's wall-to-wall police in Oklahoma pulling over trucks, because that's the easiest way to get from California back over to the East Coast coming out of L.A. Most of them guys run Interstate 40 all the way back over to North Carolina or wherever the hell they going. But they get them guys off the road. And I can already see, Steve, the safety-wise since Trump, that's one thing I got to give Trump credit. Like I told you so many times, Steve, you might not like the way people may not like the way he come across. They don't like the harsh way that he talks and the harsh way that he goes about doing business. But one thing you better be sure, Donald Trump gets the job done. He's not a bunch of talk, and he's definitely getting this truck driving deal in order, because he's getting them guys off the road. You can clearly see we was talking about accident after accident with these guys, Amazons and Super Eagles and these other companies that were running over people in America. All that's coming to a stop. You're not going to hear about these type of incidents, because I can already see it when I'm rolling down the interstate, because I don't have a guy tailgating me through the construction site when the sign clearly says speed limit 45 miles an hour, and you got a truck riding on the back of your bumper literally inches away trying to force you to speed up through a construction zone. And you don't see guys rolling down the interstate with his leg up on the dashboard as he rolls by you. Got his left leg up on the dash, and got a television set looking at the TV as he's rolling down the interstate, a distracted drive. You don't see them guys out there no more. They getting them off the road and putting them into a Burger King where they belong, because that's all they're good for, is flipping hamburgers. Because when it comes to the safety of America, Steve, you have to have the best qualified drivers out there. I heard somebody call in a little bit earlier and say, will this help? Will what Trump doing help American truck drivers get back to the way it was when I started driving back in the 90s? Yes, it will, because I can already see the improvement in getting those people off the road. And like I said, the lady talking about half the people is like a third world nation. It was like a third world nation out here at these truck stops, from people from Russia all the way to Bosnia and South America, you name it. They was all out here driving trucks. And like you said before, Steve, there were people riding around with driver's license that said no identification on it, not even a name on the damn license. A guy running a $80,000 pound truck across America. That's got to come. That's coming to a stop. And Donald Trump I have nothing but praise for the man, because he's helping me make money and to take care of my family. And I'm never going to talk bad about somebody that's helping put money on my table and getting the people off the road that don't need to be on the road. So I say, all I got to say before I hang up with you is God bless America, and definitely God bless Donald Trump, because he's damn sure making America great again. And I thank you for taking my call.
All right, Eagle. Thanks for hanging in there this morning. All right, here's hello to Steve, Columbus, up and at 'em, right? Monday morning. Good morning, Steve Summers, all the listeners out there. The long weekend was nice. Could have been much longer. Thankfully, this is another short week for us, and we'll actually have another 3-day weekend ahead. But the coffee's hot, car's warmed up, time to head into town. See what the day brings us. All right, and hello to Truckin' Phil. Happy Monday. Start off the week. Coffee up. Morning, Mr. Summers, the Hot Shot Secret Nation, and the great product of Stabil. Starting off at 12 degrees. High of only 26 for Fort Wayne. We're -3 with a high of 23 for Newaygo, Michigan. Roll on, Knucklebuster. And a big shout out to all the veterans out there. Here we go. Fort Wayne to Newaygo, Michigan, and back once again. Everybody have a great week. Semper Fi from Truckin' Phil, as he likes to say. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Did you miss an episode of the Steve Summers Overnight Drive? Or just want to relive a little bit of the magic? Don't worry. You can download the Steve Summers Overnight Drive wherever you get your podcasts. Don't miss a single second of the show that was recently named one of the best late-night shows in America. Make sure you like and subscribe to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive so you don't miss a single episode. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Available wherever you get your podcasts or online at overnightdriveradio.com.
Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
fuel additives.
Most fuel additives either impact performance or provide protection. Hot Shot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and fuel system protection. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com.
We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
Have you been searching far and wide, looking to advertise your business on a brand that will help you reach the very clients you want to walk through your front door? Well, you know they've done studies that 100% of the time, it works every time. We're talking about the Steve Summers Overnight Drive. Let us go to work for your business. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive currently broadcasts in radio markets all over the United States and was recently named one of the top 50 best late-night shows and podcasts in America. Advertising on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive will maximize your ability to reach clients both on the air and through podcasting. Consider it the best of both worlds. Don't miss this chance to put your business on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive and expand your reach immediately. Before we go, I've got one question to ask you. Are you ready to get started? If so, email me, Ryan Wild at lubricationspecialties.com, and get started showing off your business today on the Steve Summers Overnight Drive.
I mentioned earlier, yes, the comments are in. And it turns out to be more than 8,000 of them. Well, oftentimes, we talk about these regulations. I think that's got to be probably the second largest response to a regulatory proposal that we've seen since the electronic logging device, where they ultimately had like 15,000 plus comments. So the question is, what will the FMCSA do next when it comes to the non-domiciled CDLs? Of course, we know late September, the FMCSA issued the emergency interim final rule looking to take control. Saying states allowed thousands of unqualified, unvetted, sometimes illegal drivers to be out there driving truck. The FMCSA guesstimated this rule would remove about 194,000 CDLs. Of course, as we know, while the original rule took effect immediately, it's been paused after the lawsuit that was filed by the U.S. Court of Appeals for the D.C. Circuit on December 3rd, that the court granted that request to hold the lawsuit in abeyance until the FMCSA reviews all those comments and ultimately issues that final rule. The court did direct the FMCSA to file status reports to the court in 90-day intervals beginning March 3rd of next year. Of course, the comment period ended November 28th. It's not like you can go through 8,000 comments overnight, right? But we can give you a sample of some of the responses, varying first, of course, with the Owner-Operator Independent Drivers Association, obviously very supportive of the effort. CDL holders must be trained, vetted, qualified. This sweeping action delivers immediate licensing reforms to remove unsafe, unqualified drivers from the industry. We're optimistic that the interim final rule and the DOT's measures will strengthen training, licensing, qualification protocols, ensuring that only well-trained, qualified individuals can earn a CDL. All right, let's see. The ATA, generally supportive of the rule, it says, and to reinforce driver credentialing standards, make sure that non-domiciled CDL holders maintain proper authorizations and qualifications. And they're also asking drivers and carriers to be given time to adjust, given that the FMCSA's estimation that this rule would result in a significant number of CDL downgrades. It's important drivers be provided reasonable time to notify their employers, or alternatively, the FMCSA establish a mechanism to ensure carriers are promptly informed when a driver's CDL has been downgraded. They had a bit more to say, but let's move on to the Teamsters of California, which is in opposition of the interim final rule, and saying it's going to cost hundreds of thousands of drivers their livelihoods. We urge the DOT and the FMCSA to withdraw the rule and instead work collaboratively with labor unions representing these critical workers to invest in and improve driver and community safety. That was signed off by their co-chairs, Victor Mineros and Peter Finn. Again, that's California Teamsters. Attorneys general in 18 states, as well as D.C., said that the rule should be rescinded. The interim final rule's dramatic new restrictions are unlawful, according to the attorneys general. And, well, if we listed the states, you'd know it's your typical leftists. California, Colorado, Delaware, Illinois, Maryland, Minnesota, Nevada, New Jersey, New Mexico, New York. You know the drill there. Oklahoma's Department of Public Safety, supportive of the rule. This has had a first-hand view of the significant problems and unintended consequences with the implementation of these non-domiciled CDLs. Oklahoma Highway Patrol has encountered many illegals operating commercial vehicles with facially valid CDLs issued under the authority of the current rules. about the Sikh Coalition. Yeah, the group said the interim final rule has had a devastating impact on Sikhs, as trucking is one of the most popular professions among that community. This has spread fear through the Sikh trucker community, effectively undermining drivers' sense of safety and belonging, despite many having contributed to the profession for decades. These calamitous consequences exemplify the danger of wrongfully assigning blame for the actions of a few individuals to entire communities, as the FMCSA has done through this rule. Yeah, I kind of anticipated that would be their response. Many of these Sikhs are illegally in the country. Not all. It is not a case of one bad apple makes the whole community of Sikh drivers bad drivers, but many of them, and we're encountering them literally by the thousands out there. Last, we've got the American Association of Motor Vehicle Administrators. They said they would have preferred the FMCSA would have gone through the regular rulemaking process. They've asked them to clarify several questions in regards to implementation, but we appreciate the opportunity to comment on this interim final rule and recognize the FMCSA's commitment to ensuring the integrity of the CDL program. However, successful implementation of the interim final rule requires substantial clarification so that the states can understand what the expectations and we can properly administer the federal CDL programs. So looking forward to our continued partnership that achieves shared safety objectives while minimizing the disruption to drivers, employers, and state operations. So that's just a small handful of, again, what would be some 8,000 plus comments. I haven't had a chance, they have not yet had a chance to go through to see are the overwhelming majority supportive of the measure, or are probably many of the Sikh community probably individually made comments about their livelihoods. I've been a driving truck in America for blah, blah, blah years, whatever the case might be. But so we'll see where it goes. It's going to take some time to go through all those comments. And with that, we'll have to close out our Monday edition, the greatest day of the week. Thanks for being with us. The Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
You'll never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of.